Ready? My Lords, if there is a division in the chamber while we are sitting, this committee will adjourn as soon as the division bells are rung and resume after 10 minutes. Did you want to make a statement?
For those noble lords who were not in question time today, Lord Kennedy and True reminded the House of the time limits in speeches. So I respectfully remind the noble lords participating here today, and just to say that Lord German's got 10 minutes, the Minister has 12 minutes, and I'm afraid for the rest of you it's 4 minutes, so please try to keep to the time. Thank you.
Question for short debate. Pathways for newly recognised refugees to integrate and establish themselves in the UK. The time limit is 1 hour. Lord German.
Thank you. First of all, may I say thank you to all those people who have put their names down to speak in this short debate, and to thank them for covering, as we all will, an area which is somewhat neglected, but obviously of great importance to all of us. Because this debate is about people who have the legal rights to be in the United Kingdom, people whom our government has decided require our protection. No matter how they arrived or which country they're from, they should all receive the support they require in order to establish themselves in the United Kingdom. And it's in the interest of the United Kingdom as a whole that we harness the skills and talents of our new residents. It's also our duty as serious members of the international community to give refugees every chance to flourish, having suffered persecution and fled their homelands. My Lords, refugees are a wide-ranging cohort. There will be professionals, academics, medics, engineers, university students, men, women, young people, children, those without schooling in their home country, university students, those suffering physical and mental ill health as a result of the impact of the trauma they have experienced, those with years of work experience, those starting out in the world of work, those with digital skills and those without, and adults caring for family members. Support, therefore, needs to reflect the range of needs. The ability for refugees to establish themselves and flourish in the United Kingdom is absolutely crucial to their well-being, their future prospects, and that of their families and the strength of our communities. It's also crucial that they can begin swiftly to contribute to the economy of our country. This is both in their interest, but crucially it's also in our interest. As recent arrivals to the United Kingdom, they require support to thrive, as we all would if we were attempting to navigate life in a new country. The support they require reflects the huge range of refugee profiles. Refugees are often resourceful, entrepreneurial, skilled and resilient. They want to be self-sufficient and to make a good life for themselves in the safety that the United Kingdom offers. And I was pleased at the Global Refugee Forum in Geneva last month. The Foreign Office Minister Andrew Mitchell committed to, and I quote, continued support around the integration of refugees in the United Kingdom. So what is the reality of the current situation? An Oxford University study in 2019 found that 84% of refugees reported that they didn't have sufficient English language ability to get a job. The study found that refugees in the United Kingdom are 4 times more likely to be unemployed than people born here, and on average earn about half the amount per week that UK nationals do. This is despite high levels of qualifications and skills. About half of all refugees have a qualification equivalent to a UK A-level and above. And by way of example, 38% of refugees from Syria living in the United Kingdom have a university degree. Non-UK migrants moving to the UK seeking asylum have a higher unemployment rate and a lower employment rate than other non-EU migrants. Differences in health status, especially mental health, brought on by trauma, is probably one of the dominant factors which explain these differences. Asylum seekers and migrants asylum migrants who are employees earn less and work fewer hours than UK-born and other migrants. And among those who are in employment, refugee migrants are more likely to be in self-employment than UK-born and other migrants. Last week, my lords, I visited ACH in Bristol, which is a refugee-led support body. I discovered that on average, it takes 9 months for a refugee to obtain employment after they receive their refugee status. And quite clearly, that time gap needs to be shortened as best we can. We need to address the underemployment of refugees, address the fact that they find it very difficult to access work that matches their skills, their qualifications, and their work experience. My lords, refugee talent is being wasted, and the UK, as a result, is losing out. Refugee employment support needs to have an element of long-term progression, not ceasing at the first job that these people get when they are in the United Kingdom. This must be reflected in language and training support that can fit around work hours. The current provision that we have in this country falls into 3 broad areas. First of all, signposting from migrant support and help from third sector organisations such as the Refugee Employment Network, and small loans are made available for short-term needs. Secondly, the Refugee Employment Programme, which started in 2023 in September for 2 years, so it's very difficult to know what the outcome is good of that yet, but it doesn't include housing support. Only one of the contractors is in the third sector, and I do hope the government has learnt the lesson from the now scrapped Rehabilitation of Offenders scheme, where it put large private sector companies in place and then had to remove them and scrap the whole system because it could not deliver locally through local partners. What efforts is this programme now making to match business needs and skills deficit in the workforce with refugee skills? Why does this programme not include a housing element, as was the case with the Refugee Outcome Fund? And what lessons are being learnt from Operation Warm Welcome's attempt to connect employers with refugees? The third area, of course, is the Refugee Transitions Outcome Fund I just mentioned, which is a pilot fund which finishes in March 2024. It started in 2022. It was focused on jobs and training, but also included housing and integration support. I wonder if the Minister implying to provide us with more information on the lessons learnt from this programme, and will this programme now be rolled out across the country? And will it be seen as an addition to or expansion of the Refugee Employment Programme? My Lords, accessible English language training is key to refugee integration. What plans does the government have to increase availability of English language classes to ensure that they are accessible around work and caring responsibilities? The STEP Ukraine programme provided a strong model for making this happen. In the Chamber on the 18th of December, the Home Office Minister, Lord Sharp, was asked about the current challenges for refugees in moving on from asylum support to mainstream support once they get their legal status. And during the debate, he said, and I quote, "Most of the people we are talking about have been in this country for a very long time, and one would hope that they at least had some English." My Lords, we can't live on hope. We need intent to solve this issue, and at the very least not produce policy which effectively makes it harder for refugees to progress in the United Kingdom once they get legal status. My visit to Bristol last week demonstrated how difficult it is to manage these top issues: finding a home, language training and a pathway to work. The competition for rented accommodation is huge, and landlords will often take the easier route of agreeing a tenant who doesn't have the need for background checks or on status. Language training was available from local colleges, but the waiting lists to get on them are very long indeed. And consequently, the jobs which people found provided no progression route to match their skills and qualifications. But thankfully, there is a wealth of good practice to build on. I was pleased to hear of ACH's new programme working with the regional hospitality sector to provide jobs with progression opportunities. And my lords, I must tell you, I was even more pleased to meet Nesrin, a former refugee, who now has a successful catering business, Nessie's Cuisine. I would recommend it. What we need is a national refugee integration policy framework in order to help integrate refugees and reap the benefit, their contribution to our society and our economy. A framework with a focus on the needs of this cohort. But such a policy has to be delivered locally, bringing together the full range of providers, business owners, language training providers, local job centres, community developers, landlords, local authorities, as well, of course, as the refugees themselves. No one size will fit all, but a non-silo policy solution with funding streams attached would meet the diverse needs of tailor-made provision. So my major ask of the government today is whether they accept the need for a policy framework. A framework negotiated with Wales and Scotland, who will have major powers in this space. A framework which will stand the test of time. And if so, what would that look like? It is in all our interests that we improve the journey to integration and that we celebrate the contribution refugees can and do make to our communities and to our economy. It would be foolish not to do so.
My Lords, I welcome this debate, and there is a temptation when focusing on specific granular issues such as housing and benefits to ignore the wider context, which is, are we as legislators discharging our obligations and duties to all British citizens to protect our borders and safeguard our people? No one voted for record levels of unassimilated irregular immigration or mass-controlled immigration, and no one voted for this House to seek to frustrate the government's mandate to properly limit and control immigration, and no one voted for a foreign legal entity to undermine our sovereign parliament in so doing. Our asylum and immigration system is a shambolic mess and an embarrassment, and a costly one at that. And I would urge noble lords to look at Ian Martin's column in the Times this morning about the human consequences of the mistakes that are being made. The international legal regime is outdated and in need of urgent review, as the Foreign Secretary himself stated in the House on Tuesday when he said it was a law written for another age, in specific reference to the 1951 Refugee Convention. We as a country, the British people, are decent, warm, tolerant and generous. You only need to look at the various schemes over the last number of years. 20,000 people under the 2 Afghanistan schemes, the Hong Kong Partnership, 185,000, Ukraine Family Scheme, 270,000, 22,000 Syrians between 2014 and 21 welcomed to our country. And that's not to mention 22,000 Vietnamese and Ugandan nations in 1972 to 74. There is an argument, though, that immigration has failed. Integration has failed, rather. Diversity is a shibboleth, a cult, which means a shared sense of community cohesion, values, principles, beliefs and social tenets. A unity and belief in our country is often dismissed and ignored. So in the wider context, I have some specific questions for the Minister. Why has the refusal rate for asylum seekers decreased precipitously since 2010 from 88%, for instance, in 2004, to 24% now? Why are we granting asylum to many more people who pass through safe countries and who have much higher refusal rates, such as France and Belgium? And how many cases are currently in the asylum seekers' caseload? And what is our strategy for the 41,000 who are subject to removal and have not been removed? Now, for all that, I have to have a positive spin on where we are at the moment. I do welcome the Integrated Communities Action Plan and the new Plan for Immigration Policy Statement and the Refugee Employment Programme, because it is our duty to support law-abiding, decent asylum seekers to help them become good British citizens. We need to bring back integration from the devolved administrations, it seems to me. We need to have a robust template for citizenship ceremonies focusing on British history, culture, values and beliefs. We need to put more money into removals and to speed up the process particularly the appeals process. And I will agree with the Noble Lord German. We need to look at more work with civil society to give asylum seekers the skills and work preparation, language skills, not to work before their application is determined, but to volunteer and to receive the support as putative British citizens. And we certainly need to expand the social impact bond models beyond the 4 pilot schemes that we have now, with clear targets and demonstrable objectives. In conclusion, millions of people want to come to Britain for a better life, and that is laudable. We have a right to choose which ones we accept, but we also have an obligation to help them to be good, honest, patriotic British citizens.
My Lords, I agree broadly with much of what Lord German's said in his speech. And that's no surprise that I will take a slightly different approach, because I also agree with quite a lot of what Lord Jackson said. What I want to point to, my Lords, is that there's a prior phase, before we get into how we handle the refugees, and I realise that's the main point of this debate. But I think we need much more confidence with the public that those applicants for refugee status are indeed genuine, and if they're not, that they will be refused and removed. And the second part of that is frankly very weak at the moment. I think we have to convince the public that the number is satisfactorily under control. And I suspect there's growing public concern on both counts. The public are aware that roughly 75% of applicants are relatively young men who have nearly all destroyed their documents, and nearly all, certainly those who cross the Channel, have come from a safe country. And we can't focus on the treatment of genuine asylum seekers unless we take account of this public feeling, which is strong and well-based. By way of illustration, I'd like to address one group of applicants on which the government seems to be making a serious mistake. I refer to the so-called streamlining of applications from 6 Middle East countries announced on the 23rd of February 2023, namely Afghanistan, Eritrea, Libya, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. I know most of those countries, and I've served in 3 of them. In the past 5 years, about 23,500 applicants and dependents from these countries have been granted asylum. But thousands of these applicants are now having their applications processed on paper, and the, quote, vast majority, unquote, given the green light to stay in the UK even without an interview. Even without an interview. I mean, it's extraordinary. And the reason? That their grant rate in recent years was 95% or higher. My Lords, the system cannot be working effectively if it gives 95% approval to any group of people. What message does that send to their compatriots and how, at home, and how much does this matter? A glance at the United Nations population statistics will show that the number of males aged between 20 and 39, which is the likely age group, from these 6 countries comes to a total of 23 million. Now, obviously they're not all coming, but the word will spread very rapidly, especially as all these countries are in chaos and many people in those countries are living in poverty. It's surely only a matter of time before the numbers start to rise very sharply. My Lords, this is just one example of the government's, frankly, limp and short-sighted policies in this field. The costs are enormous. Robert Jenrick, until recently minister responsible for all this, has just said that it costs £500,000 to integrate and support one migrant. So I'd like to put this to the Minister. If the government are serious about pathways to integration, and I hope they are, and I suspect that everybody here is, they will first need to get a grip of the process and to constrain the numbers.
absolutely right that we have the aspiration of fully integrating all those granted refugee status into UK life. And I really appreciated Lord German's application of thinking about how we can do that, how they can provide for themselves and settle in and so on. But I think however short this debate is, we can't ignore a broader political context and also the contemporary problem of cultural integration. Firstly, whether we like it or not, the status of refugees has become tarnished in the eyes of the public, discredited by the loss of faith in the process of determining who's legitimately here. And the loss of control of our borders and the catastrophic backlog in assessing asylum claims means that there are worried that some are arriving on small boats, being waved through and so on, and that causes resentments, which is not a good plan in terms of integrating people. Because we have to be honest, integrating new refugees when the public are sympathetic to them escaping horrendous wars and brutal regimes is one thing, but it's different if they have a suspicion of status. And there's a difference in integrating new refugees into a dynamic, self-confident country with a generous invitation to become part of British society, and today's reality, which is a combination of polarised society, economic stagnation, and all sorts of toxic things going on. We have failing public services, councils on the brink of bankruptcy, a housing crisis affecting all British citizens, so we can't expect this to be all smooth sailing. I think as well we need to take a step back, and I wanted to refer you to what's happened, recent events in Ireland over the last week or so. On Tuesday, Mayo County Council unanimously, in a cross-party resolution, passed a motion calling on all council staff to cease cooperation with the Department of Integration, aptly named for this debate. The issue is about housing asylum seekers and agreed refugees in the county, and both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil councillors declared non-cooperation continued until, quote, any agreed strategy is put in place to properly coordinate provision of additional services for communities hosting refugees. And this comes after violent clashes between the Gardaí Irish police and protesters outside a hotel in Roscrea in County Tipperary on Monday night, in relation to, again, housing asylum seekers and refugees. I thought it was interesting that Mayo councillors emphasised that they were acting as much as anything to ensure that refugees wouldn't be blamed for the scramble for scarce jobs, services and housing. They don't want scapegoating. And also, as one councillor noted, the Irish state could be seen as discriminating against those already living in County Mayo, including migrants and earlier refugees who've been based there for years, sometimes decades. And I think such sentiments are reflected here in the UK. Many people from a wide range of ethnic and social backgrounds feel uneasy about how best to integrate refugees here and about whether there's enough to go round. And perhaps even more challenging is the issue of cultural integration, because historically refugees from all sorts of ethnic and religious backgrounds interacted and forged common bonds in British society. However, we have a problem with what the newly ennobled Lord Cameron once, when Prime Minister, called the doctrine of state multiculturalism, which splinters society into different cultural blocks, often competing identity groups living parallel lives. And this official policy has undermined national identity, fueled disunity, all in the name of diversity, and I fear will be the greatest threat that we have to properly integrating any new refugees.
I declare an interest as Chair of the Schwab and Westheimer Trusts, helping young asylum seekers and refugees access higher education, and as a member of the Wolf Institute's Commission on the Integration of Refugees, directly relevant. I also declare an interest as Chair of University College Hospitals Foundation NHS Trust. This is particularly relevant with UCLH because it hosts the Respond team, an integrated asylum seeker and refugee service which has been so successful at treating asylum seekers and refugees under the leadership of the amazing Dr. Sarah Eisen that it was highly commended for a Health Service Journal Award last year. Asylum seekers and refugees face multiple barriers accessing health services, and a direct outreach service can work wonders. Sadly, the main outreach service is closed at present due to funding and commissioning issues. but this work is directly relevant. The Wolf Commission's report will be launched in March, and it's likely to recommend that the NHS should collaborate with the third sector to carry out joint strategic needs assessments to understand the composition and needs of local asylum seeker and refugee populations. These needs assessments should then be used to plan, develop and provide integrated care systems that are relevant, inclusive and responsive to any issues relating to community cohesion, as the noble Baroness Lady Fox just talked about, or indeed to address health inequalities, exactly what response was set up for. A further recommendation from the Wolf report is likely to be around the employment of refugees and indeed of asylum seekers whilst awaiting decisions. Once again, University College London has tried to help, the hospital has tried to help, and not purely for moral reasons, but because staff shortages are such that it makes no sense to have qualified health workers in our asylum system or newly accepted as refugees who cannot work with us. We started back in March 2022 in partnership with Liverpool John Moores University and recruited a mere 4 refugees. 2 have since passed their OSCE, a test of professional competence required of anyone trained in another country who wishes to work as a registered nurse in the UK, and are now working with us, whilst 2 are finalising their training. It takes ages, as the noble Lord Jermyn has already said, and it's expensive. This is exactly, however, what we should be doing nationally on a far greater scale. It may be expensive to have a system like this, but it's much more expensive if we can't recruit at all. We have skills shortages whilst we have refugees who could fill the gaps and want to do so. But at present, it is unbelievably hard to get into the NHS system, either as staff or as a patient, if you're an asylum seeker or even a refugee with status. So I would like to ask the noble Lord the Minister to give us comfort, if he can, that the government is looking at this. Will they make it easier to work in the NHS as an asylum seeker or a refugee? Will the government now fund outreach to asylum seekers and refugees from within the NHS to help deal with appalling illnesses and address shocking health inequalities? It's quite clear what should be done. The question is whether the government will make it easier to do so.
My Lords, I declare my interest as laid out in the register. Successful integration into life in the UK is critical for refugees to rebuild their lives, enabling society to benefit from the valuable skills that they bring as a gift to this country. However, current policy makes integration difficult, leaving them with very little support, particularly in the early period. My friend, the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of London, raised the issue of the 28-day move-on period in this House last month and in a letter to the Home Office with other faith leaders. I echo her concerns. Current policy gives refugees 28 days from the issuing of a biometric residence permit until they can no longer access asylum support and accommodation. In practice, refugees are often given much shorter notice to find accommodation and means to support themselves. Last week, I witnessed this in the North East myself when a refugee, whom I've known for some years, was given a matter of hours by the Home Office to find new accommodation. He's just recently been given his status. As a male whose family has not yet joined him in the UK, he was not considered a priority for housing, therefore private rental was his only option. He is in full-time paid work as a social carer. Fortunately, the local authority agreed to provide a week in a guest house as he found a more permanent solution. But he was left in need of a guarantor, a deposit and the first month of rent. Had it not been for the generosity of local connections that he'd made, plus the willingness of the local authority and charity sector to provide support and guidance, it would have been a very different story. The 57% of refugees who end up sleeping rough or in a hostel or night shelter when they leave asylum accommodation are not as fortunate. Those who need to access universal credit when granted refugee status must endure the 5-week wait for their first payment. I ask the government that, considering the move-on period is 28 days, yet the wait for a first universal credit payment is 5 weeks, How will they prevent those who've been recently granted refugee status and not yet found employment from experiencing homelessness and destitution? Will they extend the move-on period to 56 days so that it is compatible with the universal credit processing time, or at a minimum, correctly and clearly implement the current policy to ensure that all refugees truly do have 28 days from receiving their BRP to leave their asylum accommodation? I do commend the government for adopting community sponsorship as a safe and legal route to the UK. Community sponsorship has proven to help refugees successfully integrate much more quickly, with the sponsoring communities providing wraparound support. So I ask the government what plans they have to upscale and promote this scheme so that more refugees can integrate into life in the UK. Refugees, when they are seen as a gift, not a problem, have so much potential to contribute to our communities and our economy. It is vital that newly recognised refugees receive the support they require with housing, employment, language skills and building social networks. Only then can they successfully integrate, rebuild their lives and fully contribute to life in the UK, which is exactly what they want to do.
My Lords, I'd like to thank Lord German for raising this very important question before your Lordships, and I support what he said in his excellent opening speech. I'm glad that we are able to concentrate on a question that does not have to deal with the chaos of the way in which refugee applicants arrive in this country. This question is about what happens to people whose status as refugees is recognised and therefore they are to be integrated. Like my noble friend Baroness Neuberger, I declare an interest as a member of the Woolf Institute's Commission on the Integration of Refugees. It's a large commission which has taken a vast amount of evidence. The members of it are politically diverse and apolitical too, and some have lived experience. And when it reports in March, I hope that the government will pay close attention to the recommendation it makes. And indeed, given that we're in 2024, I hope that all political parties will look closely at its provisions. My Lords, we have taken in the Woolf Institute's Commission a vast amount of evidence, and it is becoming clear to us that what we don't have in your Lordship's house and in the other place is real visibility of what is happening in the integration of in relation to the integration of refugees. So one of the things that we need to introduce is a new and much stronger governance process and a better and more clearly devolved structure for how refugees are dealt with in the attempt to integrate and establish themselves in the United Kingdom. My belief, and it's a fervent belief, as for someone who, like me, is the child of refugees, is that actually there is not real hostility to refugees in this country. Refugees who come here, who work, who participate in their communities are very welcome. And it is often the fault of us in this place that that hostility arises, and we need to move away from that situation by improving the governance of the refugee system. How do we do that? Well, I'll give a couple of examples. First, we should have a clearer statement of the strategy and goals for national refugee integration. It's not rocket science to produce such a document. Secondly, we should ensure that we use those who are best at it already and give them the opportunity to improve what they do. So the revision and upgrading of the roles of strategic migration partnerships as the key vehicles for implementing the integration strategy is absolutely essential. I mentioned the word devolution or devolving. That should take into account the extremely important roles to be played by the devolved governments, by local authorities, by the private sector, and by third sector organisations like the many charities involved in this work. My Lords, in order to ensure that the work is done properly,
in the next years, in the coming years, we should not be facing the sorts of debates that we've had about refugees and the way they're integrated within the last couple of years. To avoid that, we need a much stronger demonstration to Parliament of how these policies have been administered. I have a feeling that the Wolf Institute's Commission will recommend the implementation of a recommendation for a reviewer, an independent reviewer of how the refugee system works, so that there is a living instrument which deals with issues as they arise and reports independently to Parliament on the integration of refugees. Because genuine refugees should, like my own parents, who were very successful refugees, have the opportunity to become full British people without losing their original national identities and ideas.
My Lords, I'd like to thank the organisations which sent us briefings. The material gets read even if one can't refer to it in detail. I should declare an interest as a trustee of the trust mentioned by Baroness Neuberger, which supports young people in higher education. The students that I have met show an impressive intention to progress to worthwhile careers. They are the catalysts for renewal and innovation in our nation. I don't like the term integrate. It suggests a one-way activity when it should be reciprocal, because integration is valuable and enriching to the host nation. A charity, Caras, in southwest London, Community Action for Refugees and Asylum Seekers, uses the strapline, supporting diversity, challenging adversity. Differences are valuable, societies are not static. And as the noble Lord Carlisle has said, several of today's speakers, three of us sitting in a row, need look back only one or two generations of our own families. The noble Lord Jackson used the description decent, warm, tolerant and generous of the British people. I agree, but would that some of those who have benefited, who are in senior positions or have been in senior positions in government, apply that? Would that the government itself showed leadership in acknowledging the benefits, rather than scapegoating immigrants and particularly asylum seekers, because all it does is stoke fear and hostility. We'll hear, I'm sure, from the noble Lord Lloyd Gascoigne about the positives, but I suspect not where there are shortfalls, nor where there's a lack of a holistic approach, which means refugees are perceived as a burden. My noble friend has focused on the failure to align immigration policies with the UK's economic needs and other points, which I'm now going to be able perhaps to go through rather more quickly because I didn't expect him to be able to do so. On the employment area, I would add that restrictions on asylum seekers undertaking volunteering, never mind working, deprives them of social connections which are part of integration, as well as experience and dignity. Countering through other issues, some of them, language, yes, indeed, essential for a rounded life, which is essential for a refugee to practice his or her profession, use his or her skills, and some of the language tuition needs to be work-related. The Right Reverend Prelate has referred in some detail to the issues around accommodation, which is an essential foundation for so much else. And like him, I would ask the government to think again about the move-on period, both the formal period and the procedures which apply, so that 28 days is largely a fiction now, And anyway, what's needed is 56 days to align with applications for universal credit and with the Homelessness Reduction Act. It's said that if nothing else changes, universal credit advance payments will have to become the norm. And the Right Reverend Prelate has referred to problems with private rented accommodation. More safe and legal routes would put the UK in a better position to welcome refugees and put refugees in a better position not to be driven underground and to contribute to and become part of our society and our communities to everyone's benefit.
My Lords, can I first of all thank the Noble Lord German for bringing this important debate today, and can I also thank my colleagues in local authorities across the country, faith leaders and their communities, and the voluntary and community sector for their exceptional efforts in this regard. In all the light and heat of the government's current chaotic and crisis-ridden approach to asylum seekers and refugees, it's too easy to overlook the fact that at the heart of this issue are people and communities here in the UK and people often traumatised and persecuted who arrive in our country seeking refuge, and the security that we take for granted. Local authorities in the voluntary sector have done an outstanding job in attempting to support refugees into accommodation, supporting their mental health and welfare needs, providing access to English classes, giving employment support and assistance with registering for benefits, as well as cultural awareness support to enable people to build new lives in the UK. But both our own excellent briefing from the House of Lords Library and the outstanding briefing from London councils set out that there are still very significant issues. The current lack of coordination, failure to ensure adequate time periods are in place for refugees to access employment, accommodation and benefits, the constant changes of system and inconsistent time periods between refugee support and housing law are causing considerable distress. There are increases in rough sleeping and exceptional pressures on housing departments who were already buckling under the demands for emergency and temporary accommodation due to the failures in the housing market. The government's climb down on asylum accommodation cut-off dates was followed by a huge increase in homelessness rates among new refugees. So is the government considering how it may help by boosting homelessness prevention funding and/or discretionary housing payments? The chaos engulfing our asylum system, which has kept people in Home Office limbo for longer and longer, will not be solved by forcing refugees out of accommodation and onto our streets. What's being done to assure that move-on periods from asylum seeker status to refugee status align with homelessness legislation, universal credit application periods and access to essential health and mental health support, all issues mentioned by previous speakers in this debate? And can the Minister outline how Home Office and DLUC will be working together and with other departments to introduce that cross-departmental strategy, I think referred to by the Noble Lord German and Lord Carlisle as a national refugee integration framework, to ensure that newly confirmed refugees are able to secure housing, employment and support with health and mental health issues so they can go on to build an independent life in this country? Can the Minister tell us how many refugees have been able to access the Refugee Employability Programme and how the success of that programme is being monitored and assessed, and what work is being undertaken to better understand what actually works best in terms of outcomes for refugee integration? My Lords, it's in the interest of the settled people and communities across the UK, the very vulnerable refugees at the heart of this issue, and the hard-working councils and agencies who are working in the front line to get this resolved. So please, can we have some closer coordination between and within departments and with those on the ground without any further delay?
My Lords, I thank like everyone, I thank the Noble Lord German and all Noble Lords who have contributed today. And I think, as Lord German said, it has been very well attended, and I think that's not just credit to him getting this debate, but also the concern that all Noble Lords, all your Lordships have said, not just on this issue, but how do we work together to integrate refugees further. As has been clear, this is an important debate, and I can assure noble lords that the government approaches that task with the seriousness and care with which you would expect. We seek to support and help refugees as they begin their lives in the UK in a number of ways, and I will set those out as I respond to some of the other specific points that have been raised. First, all those that have been granted refugee status or humanitarian protection in the UK are granted immediate access to public services. This includes, as we've discussed, education, healthcare and the benefits system, as well as immediate access to the labour market. As has been well said, these provisions are there to help foster integration and self-sufficiency so that refugees can provide for themselves and their families, as well as make a positive contribution to the economy and to society. As has been noted by your lordships, I think we can all agree that employment can be and is an important step on the path to integration. There is the obvious financial benefit in terms of earning an income and becoming self-sufficient in the longer term, but also the opportunities to engage with others, expand social networks and learn and practice speaking English. That is why those granted refugee status have immediate and unrestricted access to the labour market. As the points have been well made, refugees can sometimes face additional barriers to the labour market participation, which is why the government is funding the delivery of a bespoke support package to help refugees to overcome these barriers and move into work. The Home Office recently launched the Refugee Employability Programme in England. This new programme is focused on increasing employability prospects for refugees through the provision of tailored employment support, integration support and English language training. Baroness, I know you asked a number of questions about departments working together. You will hopefully see where they do, and this is one. Officials also work closely with the Department for Work and Pensions to ensure that all those whom we resettle or whose refugee status is recognised are aware and receive the support that they are entitled to. As your lordships raised, the ability to speak English is key to helping refugees integrate, as well as to breaking down barriers to work and career progression. That is why English language training is a fundamental element of the support available under the new Refugee Employability Programme. The Department for Education in England funds English for speakers of other languages, ESOL, through the adult education budget. All refugees and those granted humanitarian protection are eligible for full funding for ESOL if they are unemployed and looking for work. And I will come back to some of the other specific points on education in a moment, if I may. Once granted asylum, individuals must transition to mainstream services from the support and accommodation provided while their asylum applications were processed. The government currently has in place measures which ensure that an individual granted asylum remains on the asylum support and in the asylum accommodation for 28 days from the point of the biometric residence permit being issued. We recognise the importance of a biometric residence permit to obtain onward support, which allows newly recognised refugees to integrate and establish themselves. We are working to ensure BRPs are issued within 5 to 7 days of initial decision. However, individuals should make plans to move on from the asylum support as soon as they are served their asylum decision, regardless of when their BRP is issued. In most cases, this is in advance. Early in this period, migrant help, who are contracted by the Home Office to support newly recognised refugees, will also provide support and advice on how to access services and where to get assistance with housing. We recognise the number of individuals moving on from the asylum support system is adding pressure on local authorities and their housing allocation capacity. The Home Office and Department for Levelling Up and Housing and Communities are working closely on this and have been regularly engaging with local authorities to ensure that they are supported as well. There are a number of improvements in training to ensure local authorities receive early notification of those being granted and leaving Home Office asylum accommodation. following the notification of an asylum decision being made, accommodation providers will notify local authorities within 2 working days. We are working with providers to ensure that this is applied consistently and in a timely manner across all areas. We're also working to ensure that individuals are offered support from Migrant Help or other partner organisations when they receive their decision on the asylum claim. Now, I will try to address the number of very good points that have been made. I will, forgive me, there's some that I wrote down that I may miss, but I will do as much as I can. If I'm unable to answer them, I assure your lordships that I will write. I think Baroness Norberg, you made the point about refugees asylum seekers not being able to work whilst they await the decision. I completely understand the point, and it has been well made by many others, not just in this debate, but in previous debates, especially in the Chamber. As I say, I respect it, but we do not want to be in a position where we obviously create pull factors for a situation. As I say, I understand the point, but it isn't an incentive for asylum seekers into our system if we were to go down that route. There are a number of points made by your lordships around grant rates, and specifically, is the government not just what is it doing to clear the backlog, but also to look at the checks around that. And I would like to once again assure your lordships that there are rigorous checks made on the claims before and when the decisions are made. And in terms of, I think Lord Jackson, my old friend Lord Jackson, he raised a question around the grant rates compared to the European Union. I think it's worth making a point. Obviously, it's not always possible to give a direct comparison. For example, there's a mix of nationalities, the protection needs along with operational resources and policy decisions. Currently, there's a large number of applications with ongoing conflict. The department is also prioritising older claims at the minute, and children and those in support and those with extreme vulnerability. In terms of I'll have to come back to that, I think. In terms of, I think, Lord Drummond, you asked about the RTOF and that pilot. The evaluation is still ongoing, I'm afraid to say. But what I have asked my colleagues behind me, whilst that pilot is ongoing and we learn the lessons, once that has come to its conclusion, I've asked that we write to you with further details to see, once we've learned from those lessons. Lord Green, I think you asked about the 90% passing through the safe countries and tracking of that. What I would like to say is that, yet again, I'd like to assure you that our system is robust and there are rigorous checks that are being made on that. Lord Carlisle, you asked about will the government take heed of the recommendations of the Commission on the integration of refugees. We look forward to seeing what the Commission's report says in due course, and I assure you that we will consider it very carefully, and I'm sure it will be discussed very in detail in the Chamber at some stage. Baroness Haley, you asked, as did others, about the support and working closely with other departments. As I've said, there are a number of occasions where departments do work together. It's obviously something that we'll continue to do. It's not just the Department for Levelling Up, it is DWP and DFE, to be clear. I think to the Right Reverend Prelate, he mentioned the Bishop of London. I think that there is some, on the back of the question, my understanding is that there is some correspondence that is outstanding. My understanding is that one of the Home Office ministers has since written, and I spoke to the minister this morning, and he did like me to pass on that he is aware that there needs to be a response to that, and he is very happy to have the conversation once they've got a position to do so. But I would like to assure you that the department is on it, and they will meet. And so I would like to. I know there's a number of other issues. I can see them. I've written them down here. But in the interest of time, I would just like to say that, thank you again to Lord German for raising this debate and all those who have participated in it. I hope one of the things that we can take away is that the government does recognise the importance of supporting refugees towards integration, and it's certainly not the case that I think was said that we see them as a burden. We do not. And we continue to explore how refugees can be supported towards integration more effectively and improve their outcomes. That is why we've been testing a different model of support through our recent Refugee Transitions Outcome Fund pilot, as mentioned, and why this programme and the new refugee employability programme are being evaluated so that learning can be captured and can inform policy developments in this space. And we will... Of course.
Before he sits down, and very briefly, before he sits down, he can write, but will he address the issue in writing possibly of extending the social impact bond projects and the learning from those? And as to Baroness Hanway, the noble lady's comment about volunteering, will you look again at the government policy on volunteering that, to enable better integration of asylum seekers, not work but volunteering?
Absolutely, I completely get. I apologise, I didn't make that, and it's obviously a point that Baroness Fox also made about, as well as others, about integration. Yes, I will assure you I'll write on that, and of course.
Would you write to me about community sponsorship? That was meant to, you were meant to hit that out of the park for 6 as a positive, and you didn't.
Thank you. Yes, I will write, and I apologise profusely that I've not. I know that there's a number of other issues that I've just not had a chance to address. And so, in conclusion, I'm conscious of time, Whip. It is in their interests and also the interests of the country as a whole that we're able to adapt to life in the United Kingdom, build rewarding and happy lives here, and contribute to society.
The Grand Committee stands adjourned until 2 o'clock.
The proceeding is currently suspended. 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 The proceeding is currently suspended.
Question for short debate, improving the quality of religious education in schools. The time limit is 1 hour. Lord Harris of Pentrigart.
My Lords, the 2023 report by Ofsted on religious education could hardly be more damning. It said that in too many schools RE was, and on all these keywords I'm actually quoting what they say, poor quality, was not fit for the purpose. Ofsted suggested that as a subject RE was undervalued and was often considered as an afterthought by schools. It argued that the lack of clarity and support from the government made the school's job harder. This is not a new situation, but one which has been known for many years, and despite some input by government, the situation has continued to deteriorate. My Lords, religious education is education. It's not propaganda, and it's simply basic to any understanding of what it is to be a citizen of our society and the world today. First of all, it's impossible to understand the literature, the art, the music, the history, or the political values of this country and Europe without some basic knowledge of the Christian faith and the Hebrew scriptures on which it was built. It should be general knowledge in our culture as to why we have Christmas and Easter, for example, but polls indicate a widespread ignorance. Teachers of literature at universities are appalled at the lack of any kind of knowledge of the Christian faith that permeates so many of what new students will study. Then in our plural society, in which Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism, for example, are so widely present, religious education should give people the mindset to enter into the narrative of other worldviews. And it goes without saying that in a world of conflict such as ours, where religion is so often a factor, this is more important than ever. I'm delighted that a number of my humanist friends will be speaking in this stage, but I would like to stress to them that what we are talking about is education, not propaganda. Most young people today say, apparently, that they have no religion. And this makes it all the more important for them actually to know something about what it is that they say they don't believe in. So religious education is essential both for understanding our own society and for the world in which we live. Why have successive governments allowed it to be so marginalised for so long? At the moment, the major responsibility for RE lies with local authorities and sacres. Some of them take this responsibility seriously, but in others, very little has been done. In August of last year, a survey of LA funding to sacres found that 5 authorities declared no spending on RE at all. A further 39 in all, that is 31%, stated that they don't spend any money supporting RE in schools. Some authorities allocated sufficient funding for a proper review of the agreed syllabus in a timely fashion, but 21 authorities had a syllabus from before 2017, over 5 years old. My Lord, sacres have on the whole worked well as an enablers of cooperation and community between the different faith communities, but they've not been able to bring about the radical improvement in RE which has been shown to be needed for so many years now. The time has come for much more direction at a national level. I agree with the Religious Education Policy Unit that there should be a properly funded national plan for RE, and this should include a national curriculum. A national curriculum is used as a benchmark for standards in other subjects, and if academies don't choose to follow it, they must provide a curriculum that is similarly broad and ambitious. The present situation, where responsibility lies at a local level, there is no standard available to the government to challenge weak or invisible RE provision. My Lords, the present situation is lamentable. In England, schools have a statutory obligation to provide RE to their students. However, according to the school workforce data, 1 in 5 schools report offering 0 hours of RE in year 11. And this equates to around 500 secondary schools. In the absence of a national standard, the government has no mechanism to challenge this. It is also to be noted that no government money has been spent on RE projects in schools over the last 5 years, that is 2016 to 2021, those years. During this time, English has received 28.5 million, music 387 million, maths 154 million, and science 56 million. With the government's stated firm belief in the importance of RE in mind, there should be a national plan for RE on a par, at least, with the national plan for music. Also, as part of this national plan, there should be provision of teachers properly qualified to teach the subject and able to take part in continuing professional development. This is not the case at the moment. The Department of Education has missed its recruitment target for secondary RE teachers in 9 out of the last 10 years. Whereas the number of secondary teachers in history and geography has risen over that period by 66% and 11% respectively, the number of teachers of RE has declined by almost 6% during that period. And the result is that pupils are now 3 times as likely to be taught RE by someone with no qualifications in the subject than, for example, happens in history. 51% of RE lessons are taught by people whose qualification is in a subject other than RE, and RE often becomes a lesson which is filled by a teacher with a few spare lessons on their timetable. Now, one way in which this situation can begin to be addressed is by providing more bursaries for those training to teach RE comparable to those training to teach other subjects where there is a shortage of teachers. And to this, in relation to this, I welcome the government's commitment to fund £10,000 bursaries for trainee teachers in RE, and also the provision of 8-week subject enhancement courses. However, my lords, even with these recruitment for this year was predicted to be 60% short of the target, and this has the further effect of putting university courses where people learn the subject under strain, and so providing a vicious circle of decline. So, my lords, despite the sterling efforts of some schools and some sacres, it is widely recognised that the present situation is lamentable and is failing to prepare pupils for understanding the key role of religion in our culture and history and the importance for good community relations in the modern world. What is happening at the moment in RE is quite simply professionally unacceptable. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Library for their briefing, and also in particular for the Religious Education Policy Unit and their recommendations, which on the whole I largely follow. And therefore I would like to press the Minister finally whether she would agree that we need a properly funded, clear national plan for RE, and that it can no longer simply be left to sacres. That this plan should include a budgetary provision at least comparable to other subjects that need a boost, such as music, for example. And secondly, this plan should include what is expected from the syllabus, and what happens locally should be judged by that benchmark. And thirdly, that RE should be taught by people who have qualifications in the subject and who are given regular opportunities to enhance their professional skills. And to this end, more bursaries should be made available, as well as more money for enhanced professional training. My Lords, I beg to move.
My Lords, I'm delighted to be part of this. The noble Lord Harris is to be thanked for bringing it to our attention yet again. It is as lamentable as he has said. He and I, for many years, have contributed to Thought for the Day, and we both know how to tailor our remarks to 2 3/4 minutes. In this debate, I feel quite sort of at odds with him, with his 10 minutes, and me with my 3. Throughout my time in ministry as a Methodist minister, I've counted up the number of years I've spent in the governance of schools, and it amounts to well over 40. In every kind of school, secondary school that you can imagine, voluntary aided, academies, state sector comprehensives, private schools too, and also in the shaping of a university at Roehampton, where our denominational input was of some use. And I can only say that over the time that I've been involved practically in this way, the situation has become ever more dire. Now, since it is required of the education we offer to our young people that the spiritual, the religious, be part of what a good education is considered to be, it raises all kinds of questions as to why that is not the case. I just wonder, for example, why between 2016 and 2021 no government money has been spent on RE projects in schools, and I hope the Minister knows why or where it's been hidden for future use. And secondly, when in September 23 a joint letter was sent by the Religious Education Council to the Secretary of State, Gillian Keegan, pointing out that there was a shortfall in this area, within a month it was discovered that the initial teacher training bursary was reintroduced for September 24 entrance. Now, why did it have to be reintroduced? Why wasn't it there from the first place? I know that the way that we look at religion and feel about religion varies from person to person, and that it can produce great difficulties because people feel that those with religion want to have an angle on the educational curriculum of a school to introduce and to emphasize the things that are important to them. I do not think that is the case at all. I'm a member of the British Humanist Society, and it's APPG here for the simple reason that I, like they and all religious people, believe in the humanum, and that it is our duty, wherever our values are to be found, to seek the well-being of humanity at large. And I certainly don't want religion to be categorized as simply reneging on its promises or undermining its commitments. So with those brief words, my one thought for the day, I can now leave the field open for others.
My Lords, I have an interest in this as a former head of a Church of England school. Before the introduction of the national curriculum, RE was the only subject by law that schools had to teach. The rest of the curriculum was left to schools themselves. Heady days, one might think. Since then, much has changed. Indeed, our society has changed too and become a very different place. We're very much a successful, multicultural and multi-faith society. And 2/3 of young people, over 50% as a whole, are non-religious, and an increasing number have humanist values and beliefs. It's important that children and young people understand different faiths, and indeed those of no faith. This has to be taught and available through our school system, and teaching of the highest quality, not the prevalent pass the parcel to see who will do it. The figures, as we've heard, speak for themselves. In our schools in England and Wales, 25% of schools use teaching assistants to deliver the subject. 20% of RE teachers have received no training, and only 63% of teachers feel themselves confident in teaching the subject, a worsening situation than 3 years ago. In 30% of schools, RE is less funded than any other subject taught, and 28% of schools, no funding is provided at all towards the teaching of RE. 1 in 5 schools do not offer RE on the curriculum in Year 7, breaking their statutory responsibilities, by the way. 27.4% of academies which are not faith-based schools do not even teach RE. Is this part of the academy's right to choose their own curriculum? Perhaps the Minister could explain. 31% of schools spend less than the designated time teaching RE, a worsening situation again than 3 years ago. So increasingly, less qualified teachers teaching the subject, less money spent on resources, less time used to teach the subject, and in many academies not taught at all. Perhaps the Minister could tell what the government are planning to do and whether the time has come to take an honest and open-minded look at faith and non-faith education in our schools. Let me end on a positive note. The Open University has developed an exciting initiative in religious, civic and historical education in collaboration with a range of UK partners and international partners for young people aged 13 to 18. They're encouraged to think outside the box about their own experiences of religious diversity, tolerance and intolerance. The creative process means working together, developing skills such as teamwork, empathy, curiosity and imagination, critical thinking and making docu-tubes, which are short films. Perhaps the Minister would take a look at this exciting and possible use of in schools project.
Yes, well done. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that.
My Lord, I know my interest is laid out in the register. Our modern society today is rich in diversity with varying cultures, religions and beliefs. Religious education gives young people an understanding of different world religions and beliefs in a world where 70% of people affiliate themselves to a religion. It gives pupils an opportunity to explore their beliefs, enabling them to think critically and discuss belief systems in a non-offensive and non-discriminatory manner. However, RE is too often seen as inessential, with Ofsted stating that, as my friend earlier said, that schools often consider RE as an afterthought. When current global conflicts have roots in religious histories, and with increases in faith-hate crime in Britain, the provision of high-quality RE is crucial to creating a more respectful and tolerant society. Faith-hate crime often comes from a lack of understanding, and it will not be eradicated when citizens lack knowledge of the beliefs of those who they live and work alongside. I note the government's decision to omit RE from the English Baccalaureate. Will they reconsider this decision? I think it was disastrous, and include RE. Despite the statutory requirements to teach RE at all stages, there are no clear expectations around RE provision regarding the breadth and depth of the syllabus. This results in the teaching of RE in many schools simply being inadequate. The National Content Standard for RE, produced by the RE Council of England and Wales, gives syllabus providers clarification and a benchmark for excellence in RE. Will the government endorse the document and use it to raise the standard of RE provision across the country? RE provision is further declining due to the lack of teachers qualified to teach the subject at a high standard. I do appreciate the plans for bursaries for those training in 2024-25 academic year, but I'm concerned that these measures do not go far enough. With 51%, as already stated, of RE lessons in secondary schools taught by teachers who predominantly teach another subject, and 1 in 5 schools reported to offer 0 hours of RE teaching in Year 11. How will the government further ensure that an adequate number of teachers are qualified to teach RE well? Religious education has the potential to be a vital component in addressing discrimination in the UK and creating a more understanding society. I urge the government to ensure that RE is not considered as an afterthought, but an essential part of education, equipping young people to live and engage in society today. The vision for education is to produce the best human beings possible, and surely RE has a vital part to play in that process.
Very grateful to Lord Harris for making us have this debate and for the context that he set out. And to declare up front, I was an RE teacher between 1980 and 1986. And those were what Lord Story called the heady days, when we could decide exactly what we taught, and it was straightforward Christianity in my day, and I think in my latter year, a little bit of somebody else added into that context. But I thoroughly enjoyed my 6 years of being a religious education teacher. I loved the fact that I was able to inspire transformation of attitudes and mindsets in a school in West London that, if Ofsted had existed, would have been closed down as a failing school. And I don't mind admitting that. It was a school that did what we used to call CSEs, because, of course, the brightness level was somewhat dimmed in our particular school. I also remember at that time, in the 1980s, there was this phrase that always went around: if you can't, you teach, and if you can't teach, you teach RE. And that made me feel, as an RE teacher, that I really was at the back end of the bottom of the bucket. But I loved those 6 years, and I loved them because, to be candid, I was able to transform the energy and engagement of less academic students to become, if I can be honest about it, the single most pursued and sought after CSE, GCSE equivalent, subject for the 13 to 16-year-olds, and even introduced an A-level in the subject in the school in which I was teaching. How was that possible? Well, I think there is a distinguishing characteristic to RE that has been substantially and consistently ignored. It has to come from a living and vibrant commitment to faith, whatever the faith is, but it better be dynamic and realistic and passionate and personal and meaningful. We all know very well from our school experience, and we've all had it, that it's not so much the subject that turns us on, but the teacher that turns us on. And if we could actually invest in bringing forward people of calibre and character, energy, enthusiasm, faith and distinction, RE would be changed. It's not so much about pushing teachers up, it's about letting hearts and souls come out. When I went to that particular school, I was offered £400 to support 900 children in my first year. I raised £2,600 in order to support the curriculum of the whole school from a network of friends, because I really believed this was an important opportunity I had and that we should pursue. So I asked the Minister in her response, in responding to all the fine points that have been raised in this debate so far, to what extent does the government actually believe that vibrant commitment and understanding of the role of faith in today's society, let alone understanding of the context of our troubled world, in particular areas of the Middle East, is so essential for our children? We better get enthusiastic people into the job.
Begin by thanking my good friend Lord Harris of Pantograph for securing this debate and introducing it with characteristic eloquence. The 3 minutes that I have doesn't really allow me to say anything significant. So what I want to do is to make 3 quick points of criticism of religious education as it is practiced in our schools. First, I think it's not properly thought through and carefully organized, so that it is taught by teachers who are not properly trained, who don't have sufficient time, there is no careful planning, and there is no organic build-up from one year to the next. That's the one simple criticism that I want to start with. The 2 other criticisms are far more significant. It is not clear why we want to teach religious education. To fill time? To deal with undisciplined children? To placate religious people? Why is religious education part of our curriculum? And I don't think many people who have insisted on this have really given thought to this. We haven't realized that it is not concerned with being a good citizen, because citizen as such has no religion, only human beings have. It is concerned with how to make somebody a decent human being, so that his humanity inspires his citizenship and all that he does and all that he is. So we want to teach religious education so as to give him a better grasp of the civilization, in the composition of which religion has played an important part, to make him a better human being, and to get him to appreciate the countless advantages and disadvantages in being religious. Religion has been a force for evil as well as a force for good. We have seen both. And when it has been a force for good, it has been concerned with ecological issues, with human brotherhood, with emphasizing human finitude, that human beings can't be the lords of the universe. I mean, these are the sorts of things that religion should be teaching. And the third question is, teach what? When you say we teach religious education, what is religious education? Is it teaching religions? What does teaching religions mean? Teaching the history? Teaching their moral values? But that's morality. What is distinctively religious about religious education? And here I think many of us tend to lose sight of the fact that religion is ultimately concerned with spirituality, which is neither moral nor religious. I can be spiritual without having to believe in God. Lots of people do. I can be deeply moral without being religious. In other words, spirituality has a distinct space in human life. and to be able to cultivate this and to be able to sensitively appreciate spiritual aspect of life is something that, in my view, religious education should be cultivating, and which our religious education, as we teach it, doesn't seem to do.
My Lords, first let me declare my interest as a member of the Humanist UK and a former chairman of the all-party parliamentary group on humanism. I agree with much of what Lord Harris said, but the problems on this issue are, I believe, more fundamental. The UK's population's commitment to religion has seriously changed since my teenage refusal to chant the Lord's Prayer in school assembly. The British Social Attitudes Survey in 2021 revealed that 53% of the population had no religion. Only 12% said they were Anglicans, with young people making the biggest shift to secularism. 68% of 18 to 24-year-olds belonged in no religion, with just 18% saying they were Christians. Only 0.7% were Anglicans. Church of England support among young people is in free fall, with no evidence this shift will be reversed. The 2021 census points in the same secular direction. Yet the church hierarchy, Parliament and educational policy makers seem unwilling to recognise this new reality. This House still insists on starting proceedings with Anglican prayers. We still have 26 Anglican bishops here by right. As a House, we badly need to face up to the implications of this fundamental populism shift to secularism. My Lords, it calls into question both the state's funding of religious schools and the curriculum and practices of non-religious state-funded schools. There is now no justification, in my view, for compulsory daily acts of Christian worship in the 2/3 of state schools in England and Wales that are not church schools. There are big question marks over the way religious belief is taught in these schools. Curriculum change is inevitable. I appreciate that tackling the issue of Church of England schools is difficult, but even without tackling this contentious issue, other reforms, and quite major reforms, are possible. We could and should abolish compulsory acts of Christian worship in schools. We should move to teach an independently devised, more broadly based national education curriculum, as others have suggested, on faith and non-faith beliefs. This House might like to set an example by changing some of its own religious practices.
My Lords, we live in a period in which Jewish schools have had to ramp up security to protect their pupils, and religious symbols of Judaism are being hidden by students in fear in non-Jewish schools. So my question is that actually religion and politics has got very messy, and who'd be an RE teacher in dealing with such fraught difficulties? Indeed, the front pages over the last few days is of the story of Michaela, a community school led by Catherine Birbal-Singh, who I admire but others don't, but it's certainly controversial. But of all things, the school is in court by a pupil for banning Muslim prayers. And the head teacher had basically said we shouldn't be divided by religion, we should have no prayers. But one of the things that fascinated me was that one of the things the teacher said was that some pupils were being intimidated by their peers for not being religiously pious enough. And it was a kind of bullying. So I'm making this point that there's a kind of poisonous atmosphere out there. Even the question, do we live in a Christian country, is rather more awkward than you'd think. I mean, I loved Lord Harris's explanation of religion as education, as knowledge, and that's the part that I totally agree with him on. But many British institutions seem really embarrassed by the Western Judeo-Christian tradition. Its accomplishments more likely to be labelled as white privilege than as the repositories of positive values or virtues. And instead, in recent years, the new religion is diversity and inclusion. And that has incentivised faith groups, I think, to adopt politicised cultural religious identities. And that's proved a recipe for stirring up divisive tensions and encouraged group grievance mongering and offence taking. And I don't think we should forget that one school teacher from Batley Grammar School is still in hiding for fear of his life for the blasphemy of showing pupils an image of Muhammad in a religious studies class. And he had no support from politicians or trade unions, was labelled Islamophobic, told he was making a fuss about nothing except that Paris teacher Samuel Paty was decapitated for a similar offence of showing cartoons of Muhammad. We've got to admit this is difficult. And also, if I could just finish with Reverend Bernard Randall, who lost his job at a Christian school, Trent College in Derbyshire, because he delivered a sermon expressing approval for mainstream Christian teaching on marriage, on biological sex and on gender, and the head teachers reported him to prevent. That bodes badly for any RE teachers. I'd avoid it like the plague. I just mean we have to be honest that it's more difficult than it sounds, than just by paying bursaries.
My Lords, I do want to thank Lord Harris for tabling this question for short debate. This is an incredibly important issue affecting all children, and at the moment it is absolutely failing. Lord Harris won't be surprised that I approach this subject from the perspective of non-religious children whose beliefs are not recognised at present in RE. When the UK was overwhelmingly religious and Christian, the treatment of RE with that focus was completely understandable. But Lord Warner has described the incredible decline in faith amongst young people. 2/3 describe themselves as non-religious. More than 2/3, in fact, of young people. If RE is to be relevant to all children, and we really want it to be, I really do want spiritual teaching as well as non-spiritual to be relevant to all children, then the government's first step should be the issue of guidance, making it clear that RE needs to be fully inclusive of non-religious worldviews. Indeed, the subject needs to be renamed Religious and Worldviews. This year's Bowen judgment in the High Court provides legal clarity about the need for the subject to be objective, pluralistic, and to include humanism within the subject. Indeed, since the Fox judgment of 2015, the subject has been required to be fully inclusive of humanism. In May 2023, a High Court ruling found that it was unlawful for Kent County Council to refuse to accept a humanist pupil as a member of an RE group. The Bowen judgment makes clear not only that syllabuses must include humanism, but also humanists must be included within RE. This is necessary in order for the UK to comply with the European Convention on Human Rights, indeed. That convention provides for non-religious worldviews to be read in to most instances where religion is used in current law. As important as the legal requirement, in my view, is the impact on children of an inclusive approach to RE. This enables children with belief to understand those who don't have a belief and vice versa. Surely that's important for community cohesion. I applaud the 2018 Commission on RE, chaired by the Very Reverend Dr. John Hall, Dean of Westminster. A core recommendation of that commission was the reform of RE to make it more inclusive. This reform is also the policy of the National Association of Teachers of RE. This is the reform that the RE profession wants. So in conclusion, I just want to add that I think all faith schools should provide inclusive RE as an option on request. But most important, the government needs to legislate to reform the subject entirely, change its name to Religion and Worldviews, and bring it within the national curriculum, and to ensure adequate funding for the subject. I actually support RE, but want it simply to be broader.
Great speaking Lord Harris's debate. His thoughts for the days are always enlightening, as indeed are Lord Griffiths, and start the day in a really good way. I hold him in great admiration and affection, particularly so after he gave a moving tribute to my husband at his funeral 16 years ago. He's written any number of books on religion and ethics, but also on defence, literature and the arts, a veritable polymath, but a very senior member of the Church of England too. He was a founder member of the Oxford Abrahamic Group, bringing together Christian, Muslim and Jewish scholars, so his wish to improve religious education in school is not confined just to Christianity. As we've heard, RE is a compulsory subject in schools, but you would not know that. It can be taught by teachers who have no religious education themselves. It can be passed from pillar to post with no one teacher taking responsibility. My lords, this is not exactly a new issue. Many years ago, I taught French A-level at a convent where one of the set texts was Flaubert's story of Salome and the beheading of John the Baptist. My convent-educated and bright sixth formers had never heard of John the Baptist. When I asked what they studied in their RE lessons, they said social issues like drug-taking, poverty and war, but not, it appeared, the Bible. So my class ended up doing more RE in French A-level than they did in RE. Luckily, they had heard about Jesus and they knew about Christmas and Easter, and the Catholics went regularly to Mass. But even in a convent, the Bible was a mystery. As Lord Harris has mentioned, when Damien Hines was heading DFE and how transitory education ministers have been, he initiated the £10,000 tax-free bursaries to attract teachers into RE, but the Standing Committee on RE reports that little progress has been made. My lords, if there are so few specialist teachers, it's scarcely surprising that the subject is woefully taught. RE lessons should be a place for exploring the great world faiths, ensuring that students have a moral compass, and can I agree with the comments that they should also encompass the other aspects of humanism. Bible stories should be part of general knowledge, quite apart from the value of learning about goodness and sacrifice and understanding religious diversity, toleration and peace. There should be open, in-depth discussions of faith so that all students, whether from faith families or not, can learn what religion means to practitioners and how important it is to be tolerant of those whose beliefs are different from one's own. In our own communities, we see great division through religion. So it has to be good when Christian, Jewish and Muslim places of worship open their doors and welcome all to experience their form of worship. To know is to understand and not to fear. But this will not be helped if children start life with no knowledge of religion. Can I ask the Minister what consideration has been given to encouraging schools to work with local churches and faith groups, perhaps there to find people of religion for these lessons? And what plans does the government have to ensure, as we are all calling for, that we have qualified teachers for this compulsory subject?
Good. Most interesting and varied debate, and I would like to join others in commending the noble Lord Harries for securing this debate. I can't claim to have his knowledge or the knowledge displayed by many speakers, including my noble friend Lord Griffiths, or the Right Reverend Prelate Bishop of Durham, or the noble Lord Story, or indeed the teaching experience of the noble Lord Hastings, or the noble Lady Baroness Garden. Creating an education system, though, that delivers for all children, I think we can all agree, whatever our level of expertise, means that we get the core subjects like maths, English and sciences right, with expert teachers in the classroom. But our education always also needs to be broad enough to ensure children develop the knowledge and skills that they need to succeed at school and into employment and adult life, including religious education. As the noble Lady Baroness Garden put very succinctly, we clearly need this for an understanding of literature, and I say that as somebody who studied literature at university. Our communities in the UK reflect the rich religious diversity of our population, but also include people without faith, such as humanism, as referenced by my noble friend Lord Griffiths, who also choose to have a value-led approach to the way they live their lives. My understanding was that humanism should be included in RE in schools, and I'd be grateful for clarification from the noble lady when she sums up. Children today are growing up in a far more diverse and increasingly secular society than the generations before them. And as the noble Lord Harry said, RE is fundamental to a knowledge of both our country's Christian heritage and values and understanding other worldviews. It's hugely important that those of different faiths or no faith understand and respect each other. As many noble lords, including the noble Lady Baroness Fox, said, we have an increasingly polarised society. This debate is set against the context of conflict in the Middle East and against the backdrop of a rise in hate crimes, which are targeting people of particular faiths. We must work to counter hatred, intolerance and bigotry Good RE teaching can and does contribute to this, and I want to make sure that we also don't lose sight of the excellent work done by many RE teachers. Given RE is compulsory to offer in schools but is not part of the national curriculum, and parents can withdraw the children from their classes, having quality and diverse teaching is clearly key to encouraging them not to do so. It should also not be the afterthought that Ofsted, as a number of noble lords have mentioned, found it to be in the school timetable. Does the noble lady have specific numbers related to how many children do not take part in RE where it is offered? And can the noble lady say what is being done to end the postcode lottery when it comes to religious education in schools? We currently, as noted by many noble lords, have some students receiving a far more comprehensive and specialist teacher-led religious education than others, and I'd welcome the noble lady's views on what more the government can do to reverse the apparent decline in specialist RE teachers and RE teaching, and on the many other questions raised in the course of this debate.
My Lords, I'd like to start by congratulating the Noble and Right Reverend Lord Harris of Pendergrass for securing this very important debate on the subject of religious education, and in true Thought for the Day style to express his thoughts so eloquently. I'd also like to thank your Lords across the Chamber for your insightful contributions throughout the debate. As many of your Lordships have mentioned today, it is vital that our children receive high-quality religious education. And in a society where, according to the 2021 census, as was noted by the Noble Lord, Lord Warner, and the Noble Baroness, Lady Meacher, there's been a significant shift in the religious demographic in recent years. It is as important as ever for our children to gain knowledge, understanding and tolerance of a wide range of religious and non-religious beliefs. And as the Noble and Right Reverend Lord set out, religious education is a truly unique subject which has personal, social and academic benefits. The Noble Lord Lord Parrick asked why we teach religious education, what's the point? And I think other speakers have perhaps answered some of this already, but certainly from the government's perspective, when done well, religious education can develop children's knowledge of British values and traditions, help them better understand those of other countries, refine a pupil's ability to construct well-informed, balanced and structured arguments, and it provides opportunities for pupils to engage with questions of belief, of values, the meaning and purpose of life, and issues of right and wrong, and picking up on the spirit of the Noble Baroness Lady Fox's remarks, in a respectful and a safe environment. Knowledge of world religions is, of course, also valuable in supporting our children to thrive in our own multicultural society, as well as in terms of Britain's relationships with other countries. And it's important that we all understand the values and perspectives of those who live around us, as well as those with whom we wish to conduct business or build diplomatic relationships overseas. So the government is committed to ensuring that RE delivers on all of this, which is why it remains a compulsory subject in all state-funded schools in England for each pupil up to the age of 18. And as we heard very powerfully from the Noble Lord, Lord Hastings, we also need teachers who bring great passion to the subject. And in addition to Lord Hastings, I'd also like to thank, there was a teacher from the West Country who sent me his thoughts ahead of this debate, having seen an RE teacher, and expressed his views, for which I'm very grateful. Turning to teacher recruitment and retention, obviously this is important, indeed crucial, to every curriculum subject, and as we've heard this afternoon, teachers who are specialists in their subjects are key to maintaining standards. We are, in the department, driving an ambitious programme to transform the teacher training process, but specifically in relation to recruitment, we're focusing on how we do our marketing, how we support prospective trainees, and how we use more real-time data and insight from our new application process to boost recruitment where it's needed most. A number of noble lords, including the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Durham, questioned the level of recruitment to RE teaching posts, and as your lordship set out, in the academic year 2023-24, 44% of the recruitment target for RE was reached, which is lower than compared with recent years, although it should be noted that the target itself was increased by over 45% to 655. There is work, of course, to be done here, and the government recognises that initial teacher training recruitment remains challenging due to a competitive graduate labour market. And so we were very pleased, therefore, to announce that the department will be offering again a £10,000 bursary for RE teachers, trainee teachers, starting their initial teacher training in 2024-25, which we hope very much will incentivise greater numbers to apply. We also continue to offer 8-week subject knowledge enhancement courses, also known as SKEs. Currently, in the 2023-24 academic year, a subject knowledge enhancement course is available for candidates who have the potential to become an outstanding teacher but need to increase their subject knowledge. Those courses are available in 9 secondary subjects and in primary maths, and this includes an 8-week course in religious education. And all of these courses can be undertaken on a full-time or part-time basis, but must be completed before qualified teacher status can be recommended and awarded. Eligible candidates may be entitled to a bursary of £175 a week to support them financially whilst completing their course. The noble Baroness Lady Fox highlighted some of the pressures that RE teachers in particular face, and of course once recruited teachers should feel supported in their role, and by its very nature religious education can contain contentious and sensitive content, not least in the context of current world events, and pupils' curiosity can rightly lead to challenging questions and comments, and that links back to the fact that teachers who are teaching RE need to feel confident in their knowledge and their ability to deal with these challenges, and that they are supported by a great curriculum and appropriate and accurate materials. The noble Baroness Lady Meacher asked whether non-religious worldviews are being included within RE curricula, and I think the noble lady referred to the recent court rulings which have made it clear that indeed religious education should include the teaching of non-religious worldviews, and non-religious worldviews are already an integral part of the department's religious studies GCSE and A-level subject content specification. The Noble and Right Reverend Lord Harries, stressed the importance, as did other noble lords, of having a strong curriculum, and to assist in this, the Oak National Academy is in the process of procuring curriculum resources for religious education, which will mean that high-quality lessons are available nationwide, benefiting teachers and pupils where schools choose to use them. They will begin to be available from autumn of this year and fully available by September 2025. The noble and Right Reverend Lord also asked about whether the government was intending to introduce a particular national plan for religious education. The government doesn't currently have plans to revisit, has no plans to do this, nor to revisit the recommendations made by the Commission for religious education. And our policy remains that curricula should be determined at a local level, whether that be through locally agreed syllabuses or by individual schools, although obviously the OAK resources I referred to will be available to all. Having said that, of course, the government also welcomes the work that the Religious Education Council has done to assist curriculum developers by publishing its national content standard for RE in England, which isn't a curriculum in itself, but without specifying precisely the content that schools should teach, it does provide a non-statutory benchmark against which syllabus providers and others can choose to inform or evaluate their work. I think that also links to the Noble Lord Griffiths of Berry Port's question about dedicated expenditure on religious education in schools. The government's stance remains that we trust schools to judge how they use the funding that we give them. We trust their judgment and we give them autonomy to decide how they use it. And in relation to the Right Reverend Bishop of Durham's question about whether we're planning to include religious education in the EBAC, I think the Right Reverend Prelate knows the answer to that, which is that there are no current plans to do so. The Noble Lord Story and the Noble Baroness Lady Garden talked both about the number of schools failing to comply with their duty to teach religious education. As your lordships pointed out, schools that aren't teaching RE are acting unlawfully or they're in breach of their academy funding agreements. But in relation to the Noble Baroness Lady Twycross's question, we don't monitor each school's compliance with the duty to teach RE any more than we do in relation to English, Maths or any other subject. But if there are concerns that a school isn't teaching RE, that can be raised via the school's complaints procedure, and then if not resolved, escalated to the department. In concluding, my lords, I'd just like to restate the government's commitment to ensure that every school is fulfilling its statutory duty to deliver RE. It's mandatory now, and there are no plans to change that, and it is the right of every child to receive a well-rounded, comprehensive and high-quality religious education. We recognise some of the challenges which your lordships have pointed out, but I suppose I would just like to close by agreeing with the Noble Lord Griffiths about the importance of humanum, the importance of developing the human, which all our schools strive to do every day.
My Lord, the Ban Committee stands adjourned until 3 p.m.
The proceeding is currently suspended. 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 The proceeding is currently suspended.
Question for short debate. Accelerating the adoption of new innovative vaccines by the National Immunisation Programme. The time limit is 1 hour. Baroness Ritchie of Downpatrick.
My Lords, I was delighted to secure this debate as it is a subject of significant importance and one in which I have a close interest, and noble Lords will be aware of my interest particularly in RSV, and only yesterday I had a question in relation to that issue, but this is more about the global issue and what vaccines you can get accelerated onto the National Immunisation Programme. Undoubtedly, vaccines have contributed significantly to health and prosperity around the world, ever since the pioneering work of Edward Jenner, who developed the world's first vaccines for smallpox. The World Health Organization has said that vaccinations are one of the best health investments money can buy. Vaccines are critical to the prevention and control of infectious disease outbreaks and underpin global health security. The COVID-19 pandemic imposed enormous pressure in 2020 and 2021 and showed the importance of having robust plans and systems in place to address emergencies. My Lords, despite some setbacks, what was achieved both by the UK and other countries was indeed remarkable. The pace at which vaccines were developed, manufactured and rolled out to patients was excellent. And it was good that government, industry and the NHS came together to collaborate to accelerate existing timetables, taking months rather than years to get the job done. And indeed, I welcome the recently published NHS vaccination strategy and its emphasis on improving uptake rates and optimising the quality of clinical trials delivery. However, my Lords, the strategy focuses on the better rollout of existing vaccines, but does not include what more can be done to ensure that the UK has the right infrastructure for approvals and delivery in place to enable new vaccines to reach patients as quickly as possible. I believe that this is a mistake. We should focus on both. Put simply, my Lords, we must improve the delivery of existing vaccines and spend existing monies more effectively and efficiently to get new vaccines to patients more quickly and effectively. And in fact, I've received briefings this week from the Pharmaceutical Society about the value of having community pharmacies, and their work has already been seen in the rollout of COVID-19 and how they can be used in this new deployment. I was delighted to recently chair a roundtable in your Lordship's house in October the 19th with key stakeholders, which was hosted by GSK, to look at this issue, lessons learned from COVID and how they could be applied to the National Immunisation Programme as we move forward. And my Lords, that discussion was very timely, following the Health and Social Care Committee's report on vaccination, in which they said it would be incredibly disappointing to reach a point where the vaccines themselves were ready, but the infrastructure to improve and deliver them is some time away. So our roundtable concluded many things, amongst them that quicker availability and increased uptake of vaccines would lead to a healthier nation, which would in turn have direct and immediate benefits for our economy. And rather than looking at vaccines as a cost, we should see them as an investment. Recent studies have shown that the return on investment for vaccines can be as high as 14-1. Slow and low uptake of vaccines can cost, my Lords, the NHS money and soak up the valuable resource. Each month that vaccine rollout is delayed means more people, more patients attending general practice. It also means more patients attending A&E and being there for hours on end, and more patients being admitted to hospital. Working together, my lords, the government, the NHS and industry can deliver a first-class national immunisation programme, get new vaccines to patients as quickly as possible, and deliver significant financial, operational and economic benefits. And at a time when the Prime Minister has said that reducing waiting lists is a key priority for his government, we must not forget the rollout that vaccines can play in helping deliver this. And I hope that through the Noble Lord the Minister, that the government is listening to that fact and is going to act upon it. I would be happy to share the report of the Round Table and key recommendations with members of your Lordship's House. But, my Lords, we must turn words into action, and we should be ambitious for patients in doing so, because we want to deal with all the health implications, and we also want to address those, shall we say, new diseases that haven't been subject to vaccines and could be readily dealt with. So we need a clear commitment from government to accelerate the NIP programme. We need a clear and timetable plan to achieve that acceleration, and we need a commitment to work with industry and other stakeholders to deliver that plan. We must not let capacity or capability determine the speed at which vaccines enter the programme. That will mean a commitment to resource the JCVI adequately, and we need to improve the JCVI horizon scanning and improve liaison with industry. And as well, and as we did, my lords, during COVID-19, we should establish a single front door to help industry navigate across government on routine vaccines. So I have some questions for the Noble Lord the Minister. Will he today give concrete commitments to ensure the acceleration of the NIP with a clear and timetable plan to achieve it, and to work with industry and other stakeholders to develop that plan? And if such commitments are given, can the Noble Lord the Minister provide us with a timetable plan, including an indication of the resources, that is staff and money, to deliver it? I know that there are many compelling priorities for government, and there are also many compelling priorities for the National Health Service, not least the need to keep people well. However, these recommendations are all based on valuable lessons learnt during COVID. I therefore seek your support for them, as they will help deliver them, as they will benefit patients, the NHS and our economy. And in conclusion, my lords, during COVID-19, the UK built a world-leading vaccine development and deployment system that enabled it to be at the forefront of global pandemic efforts. And going forward, I believe it is vital that the lessons learnt during the pandemic are built upon to ensure that the UK has the right infrastructure in place for approvals and delivery of new vaccines onto the NIP programme to reach patients as quickly as possible. And we have the proven wherewithal to do it. The NHS has, and all the associated bodies. So I finally ask the Noble Lord the Minister, when will the acceleration and the accompanying works and of course funding for NIP take place? And obviously I look forward to the Minister's response today, and I also look forward to other participating Noble Lords and their particular responses in relation to this very important issue that impacts right across the UK. Obviously this will relate to NHS England, but I come from Northern Ireland and it's a devolved issue, and therefore I'm sure Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland would like to do likewise and would like to see these approvals onto the National Immunisation Programme. It is vital for our health, vital for our economy and vital for society. Thank you, my lords.
My lords, I'd like to thank my noble friend Baroness Ritchie for securing this debate and to declare an interest as a chair of the London Resilience Forum and Vice President of the Encephalitis Society, a charity that advocates the use of vaccines for prevention of encephalitis. Like my noble friend, vaccination and access to vaccination is an issue I feel very strongly about. I wouldn't normally use my own life story to back up a point in a debate, but in today's debate subject, this feels appropriate. As a teenager, my lords, I got mumps, very mildly, and nobody was particularly concerned. In those days, it was treated as another childhood sickness that it was helpful for children to pick up at some point. The vaccine was introduced just a few years later routinely as part of the MMR suite of vaccines, but was not available at that time. Over the course of the next few weeks after my mild dose of mumps, I became increasingly ill, and after several weeks of acute illness, I was diagnosed with viral encephalitis, which is an inflammation of the brain. I'm one of the very lucky people who has contracted encephalitis, who's had a good recovery, but with very few lasting effects. In the worst case scenario, encephalitis can kill or cause brain damage or severe long-term disabilities. Had MMR been available to me as a child, I would not have had this serious illness, which severely impacted my health throughout my teenage years and into my early 20s. Childhood vaccines save lives, they limit disabling side effects, and they prevent serious illness, but we don't yet have all the vaccines available that could do this. My lords, we know that chickenpox can also lead to viral encephalitis or other complications, including death. I'm delighted that the JCVI now recognises the life-saving potential of varicella vaccine, and I'd like to pay tribute to all those who've been campaigning on this issue over many years. Among these is Professor Benedict Michael from Liverpool University, who I had the pleasure of speaking to about this issue earlier this week. As noble lords are probably aware, the varicella vaccine is routinely used in other countries such as the USA, where it has been part of a suite of childhood vaccines since the 1990s, and other developed countries also use it, including countries such as Italy and Israel. As the chair of the JCVI, Professor Sir Andrew Pollard has said, adding the varicella vaccine to the childhood immunisation programme will dramatically reduce the number of chickenpox cases in the community, leading to far fewer of those tragic, more serious cases. I understand that one of the arguments that has been used against the introduction of the varicella vaccine previously has been a general belief in the UK that having some chickenpox circulating in the population provides greater immunity to older people at risk of shingles or shingles encephalitis from the virus. We should have evidence-based medical interventions. There's been no evidence, my lords, that there have been higher rates of shingles or shingles encephalitis in older people as a result of childhood vaccination against varicella over the past 30 plus years in the States. And now that older and more vulnerable people are routinely, and it's welcome that they are, offered a vaccine against shingles, this herd immunity argument should be discarded as the outdated argument it is and confined to the past. Does the Minister agree with this position, and does he agree that chickenpox parties, which shockingly still take place, belong to the Victorian era and should also be confined to the past? Can the noble lord tell us when the government is whether and when the government is planning to introduce the varicella vaccine? And if he can't tell us this today, can he say when the government is likely to take a decision on this issue? And if the vaccine is added to the suite of childhood diseases which parents and guardians are encouraged to take up on behalf of children, how will the government increase public health messaging to ensure they understand exactly why this is needed? Tragically, it's not just new vaccines that require public health messaging, and in recent days we've heard of measles outbreaks in West Midlands. We know that vaccine take-up isn't uniform across social demographic groups. Can the Minister say how the Department is addressing this, and how the Department is making sure the current outbreak doesn't disproportionately impact specific groups? Regrettably, the false claims about MMR are still causing vaccine hesitancy among some parents, with a whole generation of children who are now young people under-vaccinated. I raised take-up of MMR with the Minister last year in connection with low take-up in London, and I'm grateful for his response at the time. I was pleased to hear from UKHSA in London about work that is being done to ensure MMR vaccines are available to students. Appreciating that the Minister may not have this information to hand, could he commit to looking into this work to ensure that this type of initiative is taking place across the country? And are there other similar initiatives for other groups of adults who may have missed out? And can he commit to making sure that every effort is made to push back on continued false claims or rumours about the MMR vaccine? My noble friend mentioned the RSV vaccine, and as my noble lords will be aware, this is the major cause of babies and young children having to be admitted to hospital, with over 33,000 admissions every year, including 20 to 30 avoidable and tragic deaths of otherwise healthy children. Can the noble lord commit to a timeline for an introduction of the vaccine for this age group? We also know that RSV affects older people too, and leads to an estimated 175,000 GP visits, 14,000 hospital admissions, and 8,000 deaths among people aged over 60 in the UK every year. These are not insignificant numbers, my lords. The House of Lords Library helpfully outlines the range of vaccines available currently. Missing from this list was actually the COVID vaccine, which over the past few years has saved innumerable lives and also reduced the already frightening numbers of people suffering from long COVID. We know from recent reports that by June 2022, only 44% of the population had taken up the recommended number of jabs and boosters. In the early stages of the vaccine programme, a huge amount of cross-sectoral effort went into tackling disproportionate uptake in the face of considerable organised disinformation about the vaccine. Could the Minister say what learning the Department and the NHS has taken from this effort during the pandemic, and how this can and will be applied to ensure take-up improves to prevent future serious impacts of COVID where possible, including preventing avoidable deaths? And could the Minister tell us when we'll know what the long-term plans are for continuing to offer COVID vaccines as part of a suite of vaccinations offered to older and vulnerable people? And is the government planning to include vaccines against RSV to these groups as well? And returning to the COVID vaccine, will the government be allowing and encouraging perhaps commercial provision of COVID vaccines in future, as is the case already with flu, which is readily available in pharmacies? My final point is on investment in science and technology. I think we can all be proud, and are all proud, of the groundbreaking work of British scientists in the fight against COVID. It was an unprecedented achievement in terms of the speed of development and of the delivery of a new vaccine, as my noble friend Baroness Ritchie stated. Can the Minister say what planning the Department is undertaking to ensure we use this generation's success to inspire the next generation of epidemiologists, and what investment they're planning to do this? How is the noble lord working with colleagues in other relevant departments to ensure this is possible? As I'm sure my noble lords have gathered, this is an issue I feel very passionately about, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's response to this debate. Thank you.
My Lords, extremely grateful to Baroness Ritchie for both the opportunities she's provided to us to debate vaccination this week. And I think in the bulk of my remarks, be following on actually very closely to the comments that Baroness Twykos has made. But first, I did want to follow up on the RSV question from yesterday. That the noble lord, the Minister's answer, made me actually rather more nervous than reassured. I asked about who was going to be responsible for the RSV vaccination programme, and he described a landscape in which there are different teams dealing with infants and children and old people and so on. I don't want to be mean to the Minister, because I know he's struggling through a cold and turning up to debate these issues. I'm also hesitant to correct him, but I wonder if the correct answer actually is that Steve Russell, the Chief Delivery Officer at NHS England, and the person responsible for vaccination screening is the person that we should praise if the RSV programme is rolled out well, or hold accountable if it's not. So I just want to suggest that to him, that it seems to me, as I looked at it, that Steve Russell may be the name I was looking for, that is a single responsible owner for that programme. In terms of my sort of broader comments, I say there are three areas I wanted to touch on. The first is access to vaccination and immunisation records, where any individual wants to understand what they've had or what their children have had and where the gaps are. And this still leaves a huge amount to be desired. Again, we saw an example during COVID of how this can work well, everybody had an immediate interest, not least related to travel and access to facilities, to get hold of those records, and in double quick time we produced it. And they're still there today. But if you try and go beyond that, and try and find out your broader vaccination immunisations records, it's a mess. And I went online, I looked for it, and I found Connected Nottinghamshire helpfully offered some advice. And the advice is multiple screenshots, and it says go into the NHS app and click on consultation and events, or click on medicines, acute short, all these different routes through. And they all end up basically saying go back and ask your GP. And that's like a super inefficient use of a GP's time. But it seems to me that for most people in most of the country, we've done all of this work. The NHS app, the take-up was boosted dramatically through the COVID vaccination certificate programme. We've invested a huge amount in it. We've now got medical records accessible through it. But unless the Noble Lord Minister can correct me, for an individual to say, look, I just want to see what vaccinations I've had and what's missing, they're not going to be able to do that. There's no simple, straightforward way to do it. And I hope the Noble Lord Minister can talk about whether the government has a programme to enable that to happen, because it seems to me a very basic and fundamental piece. And knowing that information actually can help to boost take-up rates, which is what we're looking for. If people can see the gaps, they're much more likely, I think, to try and fill them. And the other part of that is integration with other sources of vaccination and immunisation. There's obviously travel vaccines, most of which, correctly are not offered by the NHS. They're seen as a voluntary thing that an individual should pay for. But if they have gone out and paid for a travel vaccine, I think there's an interest for the individual and a broader public health interest in making sure that's integrated into their medical records. That's not the case today. Again, there may be workplace vaccinations. A lot of workplaces offer flu programs. Other Noble Lords may have had this experience. I took up the flu vaccine here at our workplace. And I was pinged every few weeks by a reminder from my GP practice saying, come in for your flu vaccine. And I would go back to them and say, I've had it. And they would say, well, we don't know you've had it. And there's clearly like a lack of joined up connection there. This year I went and got it done by the GP just to make sure I didn't get reminders every week. But again, if workplaces have gone to the trouble of putting in place workplace vaccination programs, I think the least we could do is integrate those into the NHS records. There are models like the Patient Knows Best model for systems that allow you to integrate your own personal health data, and I hope the Noble Lord Minister can indicate again that there's some work going on in government to make sure that we follow that kind of model and bring all of this together. The second area I'm really interested in is around the invitations to participate in programs and how those information flows work. Again, COVID was a model of clarity. You knew what you were getting, you knew why you were getting it. The invitations went out using lots of modern channels to people, made it very, very easy. People learned the language of COVID vaccination. Are you getting a Spike Vax or a Pfizer? We all learned all of this, but that's a very rare and exceptional situation. And again, if you go back and look at the norm is that it's very confusing. Even if you go, the NHS produces a nice chart of all the vaccinations you'll get. They use jargon, abbreviations, and I understand why. Those are the accurate terms. But to an ordinary person coming across this, they really aren't, I think, very clear about what it is they're getting, why they're getting it, and why it's important to them. And again, I think this is not just in the vaccination area. Citing personal experience, I got a text message from my practice. Great, it was a text message. It said, do you want to come in for AF screening? And because I'm a health spokesperson at this place, I kind of go, I should know what AF is. And I look it up, it's atrial fibrillation. But if they sent me a message that said, we want to check that your heart's ticking over as it should do, please pop in, that would have been a lot more attractive than a message saying, do you want to come in for AF screening? Most people, I think, won't have bothered to go and look it up and decided whether or not they should have it. So again, I hope the Noble Lord Minister can say who is looking at both the language and the distribution channels for all of these invitations for vaccinations and immunisations to make sure they're optimised. And people, again, who work in the tech sector, this area is known as UX, user experience, and you understand that changing the language on something changes the click-through rate dramatically, and I think the similar discipline is needed here to make sure that all the invitations to vaccination and immunisation are optimised for the target audiences and make them as likely as possible to click and go and get that vaccination. And again, I think in terms of the distribution channels, there's a generalised problem within the NHS that each screening programme has its own systems for call and recall, and they're not coordinated and they're not joined up. And again, I think the take-up, if we want take-up of screening, we want take-up of vaccination and immunisation, the least, again, we could do is to join those programmes up, have consistency around language, channels, some kind of pattern and schedule so that people understand what they're being invited for and when. So again, I hope the Minister can comment on consistency and coordination. The final area I just want to touch on is the question of risk, and this is again very much following on Baroness Twycross's comments, and it's very, very critical, I think, for take-up. MMR showed us how this can go off course, where people weighed a risk that turned out to be false against a genuine, much more significant risk of the real disease they're suffering. Baroness Twycross's own personal comments show us, again, just how important it is that people do take up these kind of vaccinations. And the result was a situation in which children have been harmed, not benefited. And that is still ongoing today. There will be children now catching measles, and sadly some of them will have very, very serious complications, essentially because of a false assessment of risk, the risk of the MMR versus the so-called supposed risk that people presented on the other side. And it's, in some ways, I think it's sort of comparable with every time there's a train crash, people will switch to driving. You know, the data's really clear. The train is safer than the car at all times. And yet people will often react to a single instance of a problem, and with a vaccine, as we saw again with COVID, there will be somebody who has a heart attack following a vaccination. That doesn't mean that the risk of not having a vaccination is better than the risk of having the vaccination. It just means, sadly, one person had a heart attack. So I think there's a lot to be done in that area of communication of risk. It needs continual we need to continually help people to understand the rationale for each vaccination programme, not just the new ones, but also the existing ones, again, as MMR has shown us. And I would be really interested to understand what the government is doing to address this challenge, particularly considering the different trust levels that different messengers might have. So again, I think we all understand that, for example, doctors are far more trusted than politicians like ourselves. Pharmacists have a very trusted role within the community. So thinking very carefully about how we communicate risk and how we use the most trusted sources for that. So again, I'd like to thank Baroness Ritchie for this opportunity. And I hope that the Noble Lord, the Minister, can reference the points I've raised, perhaps in writing to spare his voice if he's not able to respond to everything in verbal terms today.
My Lords, I'd like to also add my congratulations to my noble friend Baroness Ritchie, who is, as we all agree, a great champion for better health through greater take-up and availability of vaccines and immunisation programmes, something the noble lady rightly described as a sound investment by the NHS, and I would certainly agree with that. My Lords, there are two main issues at play. Firstly, the failure of already approved and recommended drugs to be included in the National Immunisation Programme. And secondly, the number of factors that have slowed down how long the whole process takes, which can potentially take around a decade to pass through every stage of trial and approval, and 2 years or more for a new vaccine to reach patients post-regulatory authorisation. I'm sure that we all want vaccines to be available to patients quicker, and we all want to see full account taken of patient safety and cost effectiveness. So it seems to me that the way forward is to emphasise systemic options to improve availability without sacrificing the necessary safeguards. And I, like other noble lords, are very grateful to the many stakeholders who've conveyed their views to me on how to accelerate the adoption of the new innovative vaccines by the National Immunisation Programme. Their main suggestions for tackling these damaging delays focuses on ensuring that the overall system is working better, whilst adapting to additional risk, perhaps in extraordinary circumstances such as we saw in the COVID pandemic. But it does bear pointing out that this is against a backdrop of a step in the wrong direction, which we've already heard about, such that due to a decade of declining rate of uptake in the MMR vaccination amongst preschool children, for example, the UK no longer has the status of having eradicated measles, according to the World Health Organization. And this is borne out by Steve Russell, who the Noble Lord Allen referred to, the Chief Delivery Officer and National Director for Vaccinations and Screening at NHS England, who highlights a decline in vaccination programme uptake, particularly for childhood vaccinations, in the forward to the NHS England strategy. And my noble friend Baroness Twycross, who I thank for bringing the issue before us of the importance of childhood vaccination, she brought it into focus by sharing her own story, for which I'm sure we would all wish to thank her, but her call for evidence-based intervention and also for ensuring coverage by immunisation programmes surely has to be heeded. So it would be helpful to hear what discussions are continuing to take place across government about tackling mis- and disinformation about MMR and other vaccines, which obviously we still see proliferating on social media. My Lords, I'd like to put a few points to the Minister about the much needed improvement of the UK's performance in both immunisation development but also delivery. We heard from my noble friend Baroness Ritchie about the GSK hosted roundtable, which she kindly chaired. And in that, I noticed that my noble friend described the response during the COVID-19 pandemic as remarkable, and I would endorse her comments. That response magnified the value of vaccines to individuals, health systems, society and the economy. And it is absolutely vital, as she has said, to embed the lessons that were learnt before they are lost. So perhaps I could amplify the points made by my noble friend Baroness Ritchie, because it would be helpful to hear from the Minister about what lessons the government has learnt from that time, what assessment it has made of the potential value of each of the lessons learnt from the pandemic, and what steps are being taken, at the very least, to assess the potential benefits by continuing in that manner, but ideally by taking action to embed in the system all of the good practice that we have learnt from. Within this, I would also echo the call for pharmacies to be complimented for rising to the challenge during the pandemic, and that they continue to play an increasingly key role in providing advice and healthcare, including convenient and accessible vaccination services. So does the Minister consider that community pharmacies can play an even larger role in immunisation programmes by expanding the range of vaccines that they can offer, including those for shingles, RSV and pneumonia? And what steps are being taken to marshal the forces of community pharmacies and expand their potential as community wellbeing hubs? On a second point, and this is something of a predictable issue with no bearing on safety, but just on bureaucracy, I am aware of the potential complexities, but what steps are the government taking to explore adaptation of funding mechanisms to expected new programmes in order to avoid delays and issues because of the constraints of rigid envelopes and complex approval processes? And what are the general steps in the areas of improving resourcing, coordination and process across regulators and health technology assessment bodies? There is, as we know, an increasing focus on the role of vaccination in fighting AMR, and the JCVI has shown some willingness to consider its impact in its value assessment criteria. So perhaps I could suggest to the Minister that this could be a very interesting development, And given its newer science, it would be interesting to hear from the government what assessment they've made of the AMR reduction benefit from vaccines, and if they are taking any steps to explore how it can be harnessed further. With further reference to the JCVI, I would like to also raise the suggestion of evolving its work to better enable the adoption of innovative vaccines. Broadly, the point I'd like to make is that it is so important that JCVI is continuously looking ahead. So perhaps the Minister could indicate how the government is working with JCVI to ensure this mode of travel. My last point is in respect of an argument which I was very interested in, put forward by Policy Exchange, that a busy pipeline of new vaccine technologies in the coming years, including a growing number of therapeutic as well as preventative candidates, coupled with a concerning decline, as we've discussed, in the uptake of key programmes like MMR, that all of this necessitates a fresh look at the architecture and the delivery model for vaccine development and deployment. And the key recommendation that's interesting by Policy Exchange on delivery includes boosting ministerial oversight. I'm sure the Minister will have a view on that. Expanding the role for community pharmacy, something we've already talked about and many times in our chamber. Creating a new workforce model and piloting a local delivery model called a vaccine collaborative. The positive and overarching principle behind these suggestions is one of extending care further into the community. So it would be helpful to get a sense of the government's ambition in this area and the steps it is taking to move beyond traditional delivery mechanisms to make this improvement. My Lords, as I said at the beginning, we all want to see an improvement in the UK's performance in both immunisation, development and delivery, and I look forward to hearing the response of the Minister.
Can I too start by thanking Baroness Ritchie for allowing us to have this debate today. And I have to say, to my mind, this is actually the right way that we should be doing business, for want of a better word, in terms of you've got smart people who know about the subject, some people who've got personal experience as well, and we're having a good conversation in terms of how can we learn the lessons from the situation, how we can make improvements and make sure that we're up to speed with the latest that's going on. So again, I thank the noble lady and all the contributions to that and to this debate, and hope that I respond in the right vein. I have to say, as many have mentioned, we do have a good track record in terms of the standing up of the immunisation programme. And really what we've been doing in that is, NAI, HR are a key fundamental piece of this. And as mentioned by on a few occasions, the horizon scanning by the JCVI is obviously a key part of this as well. And I want to in particular talk a bit more as I go on later on in terms of responding to some of the things in terms of the COVID dividends and the sorts of things that I'm starting to see now in terms of the point of care medicines, which are really some of the COVID dividends that we're seeing from the work that Moderna and BioNTech are doing in terms of using the RMNA, if I can say that word properly, messenger. And I think it goes right to what Baroness Merron was mentioning in terms of how you need to look at new delivery mechanisms for that as well. But I would say on this that the JCVI is then obviously key to it all. Again, this debate gave me the opportunity to understand more the process that they go through in terms of really trying to do that horizon scanning, so that they do make sure that we really are understanding what's coming through the pipeline, what sort of differences it's going to make, and how we can make sure that we're evaluating that quickly from it all. And we also commissioned the National Immunisation Schedule Evaluation Consortium to undertake policy research for getting even upstream, even further, looking at the use of different vaccines and the schedules. And as I mentioned before, I think probably the best thing we're trying to do in terms of the heritage is now the new sorts of agreements that, and I do very much call this a COVID dividend, that we're trying to put in place, knowing that in COVID we are going to be spending hundreds of millions a year for the foreseeable future in terms of COVID vaccines. Let's make a benefit of that necessity to get both BioNTech and Moderna to invest in the infrastructure in the UK so that we can do some more of this research going forward. And so this is what I talk about in terms of the COVID dividend, as Baroness Twykos mentioned. And what it is really doing is looking at the sort of point of care. This is particularly exciting around some of the cancers, where what it is doing is it's looking at your particular cancer in the cells, and then it's altering and giving a personalised treatment to that. And of course, the beauty of this, and I'm sure we've all fairly familiar with some of the things we've heard about this, is that then your own body is attacking the cells that are affected by it all. So you haven't got the blunt instrument of chemo, where it's killing lots of cells around it as well. The challenges, and it goes right to the point both Baroness Ritchie and Merriam were making in terms of how do you deliver, is the infrastructure right for doing those sorts of things, is that all of a sudden you're moving from a model of mass production of vaccines in a big factory to individual tailored creation of those vaccines. And often some of these substances are very unstable as well. There's one example I was given where you've only got 20 minutes where you have to use it. And so obviously in that environment you need to look much more to real point of care and having a point of presence delivery, which isn't a big factory, but the capability very, very close to the patient, whether it's in a GP type environment or in a hospital type environment, to produce and then deliver those sort of drugs. But I think what we see there in terms of our main learnings is that will be a major dividend coming from COVID, and really will transform the whole way that we deliver our medicines going forward, and hopefully in time actually see the replacement of chemo in a lot of places to much more specific delivered medicines. I think trying to and as mentioned, I will try and write on anything I miss out, particularly as you can hear I'm particularly croaky, and I have another debate coming up after this as well. So again, if I miss out on any of those, then please, I will write on it all. But Baroness Ritchie, yes, I would be interested in hearing the GSK results from your roundtable, pleased from all of that. And hopefully from some of these comments here, I'm giving some sort of reassurance on the infrastructure, but I will give you some more detail on that as well. But I think the key point is that whilst we can talk about all the sexy stuff in terms of the innovation and treatments, the point that Baroness Twykos, particularly from her own experience in terms of the whole issues around MMR, is really shows the importance of it. I mentioned in the debate just the other day, I spoke to Chris Whitty specifically on this, and it is the most infectious disease out there. With we all got used to R rates of 1.1, 1.2 during COVID was a really big R rate where it'd be exponential. And I think you all heard me mention the R rate of measles is 13. So just massive in terms of that. And 1 in 1,000 people do suffer from brain damage from it all. So I completely agree with the Baroness that the idea of chickenpox parties is an outdated something from my childhood I remember, but something which is very, very outdated. And I know in terms of the chickenpox vaccine, it's something that they are absolutely reviewing as we speak. In terms of the RSV tender, as I say, the process on that is we're gearing up, and that's why the tender is going out as we speak, to look to delivery for this autumn it's a different process on, as I mentioned the other day, on whether it's for the maternal or baby use or for the over 75s, but that's the process that we're going through right as we speak. Coming on to some of the other questions, thank you for the research. I agree on Steve Russell, but thank you for that. But I think the main point Lord Allen was making in terms of, I think the whole user friendliness, I mean, I had my own experience in terms of when I had these debates coming up, I asked the team to get me a schedule of everything the JCVI has approved and what the schedule is of it all, and it gave me all these vaccinations and everything, and somewhat with my tail between my legs, I went back and said, can you tell me what all these things are for? And it was similar to the AF type things that, I like to think I know quite a few of the abbreviations these days, but I needed them to go back and give me the noddy guide as well. So I think the language is vitally important in terms of this, but I think in terms of using the app, I think is a critical piece going forward, not just in terms of informing people of the need, but also in terms of looking at their records. To date, the records are forward-looking, as Noble Lord is probably aware. Obviously, we need to start to get that going back historically, and that is one of the key things that I see a real utility on. So isn't there today, but needs to be. And of course, the beauty of that is it can be optimised to the target audience. So to answer, for instance, how do we increase the uptake, as Baroness Merrin was saying, in particularly those hard-to-reach areas? To date, the most effective way of doing that has been actually ringing up the parents of under 5-year-olds and then going to under 11-year-olds and under 25-year-olds. Clearly, if you can do that through the app, that's going to be much more effective in terms of both time and money. So I think that has got to be the way going forward. And I do see, as I mentioned before, in terms of the point-of-care medicines, but generally, I think the community pharmacy role is a vital part of this. I was really interested in one of my trips. I heard that actually GPs in America are really, really struggling as a profession. And they said they can't recruit GPs these days. And I said, why not? And they said the problem is actually they found out that so many of the routine things that GPs were making money from have now been mass industrialised, for want of a better word, from the CVSs and the Walgreens of the world. And so what really had resonance for me in terms of the noble lady mentioning that was we need to make sure the health of these are vital medicinal points and wellbeing hubs that we need to make sure that they are thriving and we're not repeating the American type experience. So that's why I think pharmacy first is a very, very positive thing, both from a patient place to get to get care, but also in terms of improving the finances and the commercial viability of a lot of these community pharmacies as well, because I do see them as a key asset. In terms of the an interesting question in terms of the AMR benefits from some of these vaccines. So I don't know is the honest answer off the top of my head, but again, that's something that I will take away and try and come back in terms of a detailed answer. So again, I think probably just to conclude. Sorry.
And before he sits down, maybe in the fullness of time, because I know time is short today, if he could give some thought along with his ministerial colleagues to the acceleration of the NIP programme so that it is possible to get other vaccines onto that programme, because it's the infrastructure, the funding, the investment, the staff in it, so that we can use the good practice we have to bring benefit to our economy, to our health and to patients generally.
Yes, I must admit, when I was asking the team about the NIP programme just here, that was one that I need to write back on because I didn't have the detail that I can give you right here, but I'm absolutely happy to undertake to do that. So I think in conclusion, again, I'd like to thank the noble lords. These to me, these sort of informed debates, really have value. I will take up those points I mentioned. I think the use of the kind of clear language and the app and everything to make sure that those basic vaccines we are accelerating is a vital part of this as well. And I'd like to thank all Noble Lords for this debate.
My Lords, the Grand Committee stands adjourned until 4 o'clock.
The proceeding is currently suspended. 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 The proceeding is currently suspended.
Question for short debate. Creating a parity of esteem between health and social care to address dementia. Time limits, 1 hour. Baroness Browning.
Thank you, Chair. My Lords, I declare my interest as co-chair of the all-party group on dementia and as an ambassador for the Alzheimer's Society. I bring this debate to the House today because dementia affects 944,000 people in the UK. That's 1 in 11 over the age of 65. And it's predicted to reach 1.6 million people by 2040. It is the leading cause of death in this country. Dementia is an umbrella term for a number of conditions, the most prevalent of which is Alzheimer's. Symptoms include memory loss, behavioural change, motor function loss, and visual processing issues, among many others. It is degenerative, terminal, and as of now, there is no cure. All stages of the disease have a need for both social care and health care, from diagnosis to death. Ironically, diagnosis is still a long wait in many parts of the country. And unfortunately, we don't know how long people are waiting because the data is not collected. I will say more later about end-of-life care. It is essential that these two services, health and social care, work in tandem and are resourced to enable them to do so. This will avoid the historic tension of buck passing of responsibility, excessive delays in support, and letting down both the patient and their carers. I know that many members of this House have first-hand experience of caring for dementia. I do myself. And to give a real feel for what this is like, I commend the current ad on our screens from the Alzheimer's Society called The Ultimate Vow. Colleagues may have seen it, which portrays Laura and Adam, a married couple on their dementia journey. It's very moving. It's also very accurate. So today, I would like the Minister to address both health, care and social support as equal value and inseparable. It requires not just parity of esteem between them, but a reorientation of systems away from siloed professions and a focus on care in hospital. Shockingly, NICE reports that a quarter of hospital beds are occupied by people with dementia, often due to emergency admissions for avoidable reasons such as falls and urinary tract infections. So, Minister, there is no more compelling reason for hospital at home, including residential care homes, than this group of people. And may I add that that should also apply to hospice at home. Decades of failure to adequately plan and resource services to enable personalised care for a condition as complex and as common as dementia is long overdue. From a start from diagnosis, all patients should have a care plan, which clearly will need reviewing as things change. For change they will, becoming more challenging over time. In 6 years of caring for my husband with Alzheimer's, nobody ever suggested a care plan. The one I had was one I devised in my brain. This should apply to everyone, including those who are self-funding. Less than 65% of people with dementia have a formal diagnosis, a figure we simply would not tolerate for other conditions. We're not just talking about people with memory lapses. At all stages of the pathway, trained staff are essential. And I welcome the government's recent announcements funding social care training.
only 45% of the social care workforce have a record of dementia training. But please don't forget healthcare. District nurses do receive good training, but hospital ward staff, even on some geriatric wards, requires improvement, particularly those caring for people at the end of life. 30% of people with dementia do not die in their normal place of residence. Aside from the disorientating activity of an open ward or an A&E department, and we should think twice about admitting anyone with advanced dementia into hospital unless there is a real medical imperative. Neither nurses or healthcare workers are properly trained to provide palliative care for dementia patients. They certainly cannot provide the one-to-one care necessary. And I know my noble friend will have noted my earlier request for hospice at home for dementia patients. My lords, there are more ways we need parity and integration, and the establishment of integrated care systems in England provides some hope of a mechanism through which this might be achieved. There is no specific mandate for them to focus on dementia, but they are required to commission on local need. The APPG on dementia published a report last month entitled Raising the Barriers, proposing that there should be local dementia strategies for each area with a named dementia lead in each integrated care system and a dementia steering group. Is this special pleading? Yes, it is, and I make no apologies for it. The scale of dementia nationally is going to increase, and while we all hope that medical science will one day alleviate this challenge, this is today's challenge, and tomorrow's, and the day after. This would be a huge move forward, combining health, social services, and the voluntary sector. And could I just ask the Minister, what are the rules about decision-making for integrated care systems being made available publicly? Recently, care home owners providing for people with dementia have expressed to me concern about the transparency of decision-making, particularly the transfer from hospital to residential care for the first time. My lords, so far I've not mentioned the cost to the patient or their carer. We've had many debates in this House about the personal expense to the individual. The Alzheimer's Society estimate that 2/3 of the annual cost of dementia, reckoned to be £34.7 billion, 2/3 of it is paid for by people with dementia and their families, either in unpaid care or paying for private social care. In addition, care providers often charge an extra premium because of the complexity of dementia, adding an extra 15% to costs. Additionally, support such as NHS continuing care, including those with complex health needs, is not easily obtained for dementia. My lords, I realise that it is the much-promised reform of social care that will be the catalyst that may make the financial cost to the individual more bearable, but it is now deferred until 2025. In the meantime, though, there is much that can be done to bring parity and fairness to the lives of dementia sufferers and their carers. And I hope the Minister will find in this debate constructive suggestions in our contributions today that he can take forward. I'm grateful to all members here and to the Alzheimer's Society and the House of Lords Library who have provided briefings in preparation for today's debate.
Thanks to Baroness Browning, who against convention I shall call my noble friend, because we've worked together on these issues for so many years. I want to thank her not only for securing this debate, but for hitting the nail on the head when it comes to the situation between health and social care. The lack of parity of esteem is at the root of all the problems that she's outlined. Dementia, although a health condition and the biggest cause of death in the UK, receives most attention not through the NHS but through social care, And social care has always been the poor relation, the tail end Charlie vis-à-vis the new NHS. Now, that didn't matter in 1948 when it was set up because we all died much earlier. But as we grow older with greater incidence of dementia and other comorbidities, it matters hugely. It matters when it comes to diagnosis, the long waits that we've heard about from the Noble Baroness, or the absence of any diagnosis at all. It matters when it comes to services, both the access to services which are suitable for dementia patients and their carers, and the quality of the services. We've heard from Baroness Browning about the lack of training of many people who provide those services. And it also matters when it comes to access to medication, because we hear about the postcode lottery of what dementia medication is available. And of course, there is nowhere more significant than its effect on the biggest providers of care for those with dementia, not the NHS or social care, but their own families, the spouses, the sons, the daughters, the friends, who are locked into an intolerable situation often by the care they provide, however willing they are to undertake it. They suffer financially. We've heard about the enormous costs of care. They suffer physically. Their physical and mental health is at risk. So 3/4 of all carers report damage to their health as a direct result of their caring. They lose financial security, end up in poor health and often isolated, since their social circle has shrunk dramatically. And if there were more parity, we might be able to focus more on preventative services for dementia sufferers and their carers. There's no cure, we know, but the progress of the disease can be slowed or its onset delayed by things such as exercise group activities and interest groups, just the sort of things, of course, which are cut in times of austerity. So I hope the Minister will assure the committee that the government is committed to providing diagnosis and support at the earliest possible stage, and that it will shortly publish a long-term workforce strategy, such as the NHS one, for the social care workforce. And I finally remind your Lordships that 1 in 3 of us is going to get dementia. That's 7 people in this room. We owe it to ourselves, as well as future society, to make it a priority.
Hear, hear. I'd like to thank the Noble Lady Baroness Browning for drawing attention to this timely and important issue. I'm a neuroscientist working on brain mechanisms that underlie dementia, and accordingly I declare an interest as the founder and CEO of a biotech company, NeuroBio Limited, where we're developing a novel approach to the diagnosis and treatment of Alzheimer's disease. So from first-hand experience, I can speak to the importance of strengthening the dementia research landscape. It is only by increasing resources for research that we will ever be able to realise, if not a cure, then very plausibly and at last, a truly effective treatment. I'd like to thank the Alzheimer's Society for their assistance in preparing these remarks on the UK situation, where, as we've heard from Baroness Browning, some 900,000 people are already living with dementia, a figure expected to rise to 1.6 million by 2040. And as we've also heard, 1 in 3 of those born today will develop the condition in their lifetime. Yet combating this devastating disease is still not seen. It's not seen as a political priority, the political priority it needs to be, and it has been historically underfunded. For example, just 31p is spent on dementia research compared to every pound invested in cancer research. That said, we should welcome the launch last year of the government's £95 million commitment to the Dame Barbara Windsor Dementia Mission. But we now need to see a delivery timeline for this funding and urgently request further detail about how the government plans to invest the money. But it's not just about the money. The APPG for Dementia, of which I'm a proud member, released a report in 2021 entitled Fueling the Moonshot. The report found that people affected by dementia, they feel a sense of empowerment from being involved in research, but the report also found that patients are often unaware of the opportunities to take part. This has to change. Action must be taken to improve participation and access to clinical trials. Recent investment in research is welcome, but it will be wasted without an increased participation in these studies. Moreover, any consideration of those living with dementia also needs to include the carers. This is where social issues should be given equal attention. In 2011, I gave a lecture tour on behalf of Alzheimer's Australia, and I still vividly recall a conversation with a husband who had been caring for his wife, to whom he'd been married for many decades. In the early hours of one morning, when he was changing her incontinence pads during a bout of diarrhea, she, the love of his life, just stared at him, questioning who he was. It was then, he said, that he snapped. This gentleman described his situation as a living death, a phrase I've actually heard repeated by other carers of those with dementia. Often those closest undergo all the experiences of bereavement, but no longer able to share memories with a very special individual who, nonetheless, is still breathing. The big difference is that society doesn't accord them the time and support that they would to those grieving an actual death. My Lords, we need more resources for research, action on optimising clinical trials, and wraparound support for the carers, indeed as highlighted in this debate, indeed a parity in health and social care. Dementia presents the biggest unmet clinical need of our time. Let's work towards a future where we are no longer haunted by the spectre that perhaps one day we need to ask our spouse who they are, nor have they, in turn, describing their life with us as a living death.
My Lords, I'm grateful to my noble friend for putting down this debate, and as well as family experience, I've also served on the Joint Committee on the Draft Mental Health Bill. The lack of parity has created complex administrative processes for practitioners, patients and families. After two elderly relatives needing support, it is clear that you risk not getting the best outcome for them if you don't understand the system and are not able to advocate for them. With the first relative, we had the baptism of fire of continuing healthcare assessments. My Lords, putting aside the obvious distress to the patients and relatives of these meetings, there is also lost time off work and income. The typical cast at the meeting would be the nurse, manager and staff of the nursing home, discharge team from the hospital, social workers, patient and relatives. Meetings lasting 1 to 2 hours, plus of course travel time for the professionals as they have to take place in the nursing home. And they may need to be repeated or paused as the patient might be in and out of lucidity and competence. The amount of resource being gobbled up in these meetings was remarkable, and we had 3 attempts at it. Often the agenda seems not to be about nursing care requirements, just whose pot of money will this be coming from? It's all taxpayers' money, of course. So could my noble friend the Minister outline the assessment that has been made by the government of how much the process of continuing healthcare assessments themselves is costing the NHS? If there was the parity outlined by my noble friend, of course this resource could be saved. By the second relative, we were no longer newbies. But in this case, we bumped into the Mental Health Act. Some forms of dementia include mental health symptoms such as delusions or hallucinations. My relative with such symptoms, but not yet diagnosed with dementia, consented to going into a secure mental health hospital. I was quite affronted when a friend who commissions local authority services for a living said to me, "Shame they consented and weren't detained under the Mental Health Act." Later, being on the draft committee, I knew what he meant. Section 117 aftercare. Although not automatic, it includes accommodation and can include all your care. Hence the Times newspaper headline back in 2014, quoting, "The secret law that means dementia care can be free. It's not means tested and you don't have any more continuing healthcare assessment meetings." Could my noble friend the Minister please outline whether there is data on how many people with dementia are detained under the Mental Health Act without any pre-existing history of disease? Also, is my noble friend the Minister aware of the anecdotal reports of clinicians now feeling under pressure to detain people when relatives know it won't alter the care but could save the relative tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds? Are we, my noble Lords, at risk of this becoming seen like the EHCP situation where relatives know that the Mental Health Act will not only lead to the best care but to the taxpayer funding it? More importantly, of course, is this adding to the pressure on the NHS mental health beds? All I have said, my noble Lords, does not detract from the amazing care staff who were as bemused as we were often by this not-so-wonderful world of administration and bureaucracy. Surely there must be a better, kinder and more efficient system.
I thank the noble lady Baroness Browning for initiating this debate. I look forward to the day when this debate is held in the main chamber. Losing a loved one while they're still alive is a particularly gruelling experience, and any assumptions one makes about diagnosis and care turn out to be wrong, For example, I assumed hospice care took place in hospices. I'm not criticising the hospice movement, far from it. Their development of care at home, particularly in London, is quite remarkable, and I pay tribute to St Christopher's Hospice for their invaluable support to me. I had assumed there was a system. Wrong again. In the short time available, I'm going to concentrate on diagnosis and a social care workforce strategy. There are more than 250,000, as has already been said, people living with undiagnosed dementia in England alone. We have one of the lowest per capita ratios of MRI, CT and PET scanners in the OECD, behind Russia, Slovakia and Chile. The recent effective disease-modifying treatment are not yet approved or commissioned in our country, but even when they are, or if they are approved, they require early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, and at present only 2.2% of people receive these tests in the diagnosis process. Will the Noble Lord the Minister tell us what steps the government is taking to invest in diagnostic infrastructure for dementia? The Alzheimer's Society has said that improvements in diagnosis should be part of a major condition strategy between the NHS and government to put in place a funded plan to improve rates, if possible, beyond the national ambition of 66.7%. What plans does the government have for a major conditions strategy? My second point is about a social care workforce strategy. The care workforce pathway is a welcome step to improve career development and to increase access to training, but it falls far short of a comprehensive long-term social care workforce strategy providing a trained workforce. There are 152,000 vacancies in the adult social care workforce, with 390,000 leaving their care jobs annually. Only 45% of care staff are recorded as having any level of training in dementia, and training is not mandatory. The Alzheimer's Society has called for a minimum mandatory level of training in dementia for all care staff to Tier 2 of the dementia training standards. Can the Noble Lord the Minister say when a long-term social care workforce strategy might be available? The Office for National Statistics identifies dementia as UK's biggest killer, with one in 3 people due to develop it. Why isn't it on the front pages of newspapers? Why is it not a political priority? Why is it at the same level of obscurity as cancer was 50 years ago? Perhaps it's reduced to individual human misery and a dread for the future, and those affected don't have the resilience to force the pace. Does the Noble Lord the Minister think that government has any responsibility for this?
My Lords, I share Baroness Browning's views on parity of esteem, but I want to concentrate in my contribution on the problems caused by a failing NHS and a failing adult social care system, because it's very difficult to achieve parity of esteem between these two services if both are failing and both are trying to shift costs to somebody else. I first have to declare my interest as a member of the 3-person Dielnot Commission on Social Care Funding. Our 2011 report had cross-party support and was accepted in principle by the coalition government. For under £2 billion, we demonstrated it would be possible to cap at £50,000 individuals' lifetime liability to pay for adult social care. This would have made a real difference to those people with dementia. Despite legislation to implement our proposals, successive chancellors from George Osborne onwards have deferred implementation. Jeremy Hunt has now achieved what his successors have achieved by deferring any form of cap being introduced before October 2025. This is only part of a very sorry social care saga. Successive governments since 2010 have allowed the funding of adult social care to decline relative to the funding of the NHS, increased service demands, and the true cost of care for our ageing population. This approach has reduced NHS capacity, with more elderly patients being admitted to and staying in hospital longer because of the absence of social care. Governments have relied on council tax increases and occasional government handouts rather than thinking through the funding of the social care system, even though one Prime Minister said he was going to fix social care within a year. Guess who? Whatever the glowing account the Minister may give of the government's track record on social care funding, the really accurate assessment of that funding is set out in the King's Fund's contribution to the library evidence for this particular debate. Asking the NHS to do more for dementia patients in its current state is totally unrealistic. I'm afraid it's a failing institution in many parts of the country. It has not met its main access targets since before COVID. It has a backlog of about 7 million patients awaiting treatment, and it is as short of staff as is the adult social care system. And it is totally impossible to think about the huge changes being made in improving services for dementia if we cannot repair the basic structures of the NHS and the adult social care system.
My Lords, as both a member of the APPG and formerly a carer for my late mother who suffered from vascular dementia, I welcome this debate and thank Baroness Browning for bringing it forward. We are facing in this country a tsunami of additional care needs as a result of dementia. And it will require a step change from government of whatever political complexion. There will be a myriad of solutions that are required, some of which have been outlined today. But I think Baroness Browning is right in highlighting, I think, an absolutely key component is parity of esteem between healthcare and social care. Some of the implications of that lack of parity at present can be seen. Mention has been made already that 45% of the social care workforce doesn't have that direct training in terms of dementia. The number of vacancies within social care, I think, is estimated around about 192,000 at present, because there is both a difficulty with recruitment and also retention of staff. And the implications for individual dementia patients and their families is across the country, a postcode lottery where both the quantity of care and the quality of care is deeply variable. And for many of those families, the gap in what is able to be provided to them means that what they will get simply doesn't cover the needs of the individual patient. And somehow the families have to cope, both in terms of financially and also from a caring point of view, to fill that gap. Now, I think if we can meet this issue of parity, I think there are a number of benefits. First of all, I think that in many ways we are facing actually a much greater difficulty than has been estimated even on the official estimates of numbers. Fortunately, we are beginning to see some solutions that we see new drugs that are likely to appear in the near future, which will at the very least slow the progress of dementia. Now, that is a very good thing. It will mean that people will live longer. But the implication of that will probably mean ultimately we will have a lot more people with dementia itself. And it will also shift the pressures from healthcare directly to a much greater extent onto social care. Secondly, this will act as a driver for a much more joined-up approach in tackling dementia. In Northern Ireland, healthcare and social care have always been under the one department. They've been under the one system. It's not necessarily a panacea, but there is no one in Northern Ireland who would try to disaggregate those two elements. And it's perhaps one of the rare occasions when perhaps the rest of the country could learn something from Northern Ireland. Thirdly, as indicated, it will have a major impact in terms of financial implications for the country in terms of its healthcare. We have too many people unnecessarily in hospital, too many actually not simply admitted to hospital that don't need to, but actually bed blocking because there's nowhere to place them. But most of all, it will increase choice for families. For many who have dementia, being in hospital, being in a residential home is either a choice they want to make, or from a practical point of view, there isn't really a practical alternative. But on many occasions, this has been forced upon people because they don't have the choice. Dealing with the issue of parity between healthcare and social care will be a key driver in ensuring that we can look after those with dementia and their families to meet the needs not just of now, but of the future.
I welcome the ability to participate in this debate, and I would like to congratulate Baroness Browning on securing it. I wanted to participate in it as I have family members and political colleagues who either sadly have died as a result of dementia or are still currently living with it. And for me, one of the keys is diagnosis and the need for greater levels of investment in diagnostic tools and then medicine to slow down the progression of the illness. And that, for me, is the key. There are more than 250,000 people living with undiagnosed dementia in England, and more than a third of people with dementia in England and Northern Ireland who do not have a diagnosis or access to a diagnosis, and therefore the vital care and support it unlocks. And like the Noble Lord Weir, I am also a member of the APPG. And we readily know the problem in Northern Ireland, but I would agree with him that there is definitely a measure of equality in terms of the integration of health and social care. But part of that problem to do with diagnostic tools is the lack of magnetic resonance imaging and commuted tomography scanning capacity in the memory assessment pathway, and lack of position emission tomography scanners for accurate diagnosis of dementia subtypes. And we have one of the lowest per capita ratios of these scanners in the OECD, behind Russia, Slovakia and Chile. So therefore I would ask the Noble Lord the Minister, can he advise on what steps the government is taking to further invest in diagnostic infrastructure for dementia? And furthermore, with the government's proposed reforms to the MHRA, cutting-edge medicines could be made available to the UK much more quickly than previously. And this includes drugs like lecanemab and donanemab, the first drugs which are proven to slow down the progression of Alzheimer's disease. This means the NHS must also be supported to prepare for this prospect. So therefore I ask the Noble Lord the Minister to provide details on what steps the government is taking to prepare the NHS to deliver groundbreaking treatments such as those already mentioned. And there's also a need for adequate long-term social care workforce strategy, an issue that has already been referred to by Baroness Browning. But I look forward to the Minister's answers in his response, and I hope that he, in that response, will be able to provide a pathway to better investment in diagnostic tools and the provision of medicine to slow down the progression of dementia.
I, like the Noble Baroness Browning, I'm very proud to be an ambassador for the Alzheimer's Society, and have spent my entire working life, when I was working, as a psychiatrist working with older people, mostly with dementia and depression. And the situation has got a lot worse in both health and social care since I started working in it. The situation in the health service is appalling, in that they really have no training with dementia, and that's not improved. In fact, most people in the health service have no idea what social care is. And indeed, I think if you ask most of the ladies and gentlemen in the main house in our debates, they wouldn't have a very good grasp of what social care was either. So first of all, I think we need a total rethink about how we educate the general public about what this disease is about and how it imposes costs on society. And let's remember that the phrase parity of esteem is all very well. I like it. It started as a funding phrase, of course, from the United States. But in fact, the real costs of dementia in this country almost all fall on the health, on social care services and on families more than anything. £27 billion, I think, is the estimated cost at the moment. And of that, I would say a good 80% is spent by families and social care. And I really think that you only have to look at, for example, it's not the severity of dementia that demands care. It's the activities of daily life. And the more severe, there's a lovely, elegant little research piece in Denmark looking at what factors it was of the severity of dementia that required care from others. And it is always the activities of daily life. And that is what social care is. So I think that's where we have to put most of our money. I don't agree that more MRI scanners and PET scanners will make a jot of difference to diagnosis, because a diagnosis is usually made by the family or the home carers long before you get anywhere near. I know it's nice that we can now diagnose. I had a lecture called 150 Types of Dementia. Went down a bundle at Queen Square, I can tell you. But the reality is, there's half a dozen that are interesting. There's some more that we're getting to understand better about, but actually that's not the issue. It's about very basic care. The drugs are not going to be around for a long time yet. The ones we've got now are nowhere near fruition in terms of clinical service to all the patients who need them. So I think I would back up what Noble Lord Warner has said about the need to fund both of our organisations, health and social care, need to be integrated to deliver this service, but we are a hell of a long way off.
My Lord, I'm grateful to Baroness Browning for this debate. There are some repeated themes for our questions and debates that we need, because these are complex challenges affecting millions of people and which require hard slog and a real attention to detail. And I've learnt a lot about the specific challenges and solutions from all the speakers in the debate. I wanted first to come back to some of the issues that were raised in the oral question on social care today. Baroness Donaghy rightly flagged that it's not just about the numbers of care workers, but also the skills, which can really be quite different for carers who have to deal with people with dementia. And again, I hope the Noble Lord of the Minister is going to talk, as he did earlier, about the government's intentions in respect of upskilling care workers. But importantly, on the numbers, much of this care will be delivered in the home over the long term. And yet the skills for care data shows that vacancy rates are higher in the domiciliary sector than in care homes. They're still running at over 10% and they're barely improving. Does the Noble Lord of the Minister agree that we have to make social care roles more attractive and that this must involve decent salaries that increase as skill levels increase? And is he concerned about the domiciliary sector in particular as being really quite acute? And I think that the government's actions to date have not had the same effect there, the numbers suggest, that they may have had in care homes. The other key issue I wanted to raise around long-term conditions sort of more generally and specifically around dementia, that there's a lot of discussion about who pays for these services, which budget they come from. Baroness Berridge highlighted this with a very graphic example, but it's this question of who pays, where the budgets sit, and then critically in this area, the question of self-pay, which Lord Warner referred to. All of these questions are still wide open. They've not been resolved. I don't think anyone can, hand on heart, say that we understand what the long-term path is when someone has a diagnosis, who is going to pay for their care, and how that's going to be resolved over the long term. The split between the NHS and local authorities has long been recognised as an issue, and the integrated care boards have been highlighted as the solution to that, to bridge the divide. Can the Noble Lord of the Minister say how this is going in respect of dementia services, especially if there are examples now of a real pooling of resources for patient-focused services, which is the promise of the integrated care board? As interesting, Lord Weir talked about the example in Northern Ireland. I mean, my fear, frankly, is that there are already people queuing up to see the integrated care boards fail. and that they'll be booking another reorganisation of the NHS in England. And I think Lord Weir's example of Northern Ireland, he was very telling. He said no one would go back. And I hope we're not going to go back. It's not that I'm wishing for that outcome, but unless we see real pooling of resources and real patient focus and a genuine overcoming of this crazy divide where some public money is in pot A and some public money is in pot B, then we haven't made the progress we have. And I hope the Noble or the Minister will agree that dementia services in particular, I think, are a prime example of a test case as to whether or not ICBs can deliver the promise that was there in the legislation.
Browning for this debate and giving us the valuable, if nowhere near long enough, opportunity to shine a spotlight on many key issues that were at the heart of the scrutiny of the social care cap provisions of the Health and Care Act, particularly its impact on people with dementia, of our concerns around how NHS continuing health care operates arbitrarily between people receiving free care or having to pay for it themselves, also how we move towards genuine parity between the NHS and social care, and how vital good social care is for people with dementia and their carers. The current social care system is just not set up to meet these needs. 3 points from me from today's debate. Carers. The 60% of people with dementia drawing care on care at home are being cared for by their spouses and relatives, mostly unpaid carers, as my noble friend Lady Peatley has again reminded us. As a carer myself, I meet many unpaid carers locally who are daily, 24 hours, looking after loved ones in various stages of dementia, most of them with only a few hours break a day or week. The carer role is often rewarding, but it's also relentless for many. We urgently need a comprehensive national carer strategy, and I look forward to the Minister's explanation of why we don't have it. Secondly, care costs. The devastating impact of the financial costs for those living with dementia and their families, an average of £100,000 spent on by individuals over their lifetime. Despite extensive modelling at the time of the 2022 Act, just 19% of people with dementia would reach the care cap, and the disproportionately detrimental impact from dementia sufferers in some of the poorest parts of the country, it would have made a start as part of a wider package of reforms that Labour argued for. Instead, the new reform money has been allocated largely to propping up the existing social care system. What action is the government taking to tackle the staggering care costs faced by individuals with dementia in the absence of the care cap implementation? And can we please be updated on the government's plans for social care charging reform? Thirdly, on NHS continuing care, the excellent Lord's Library briefing reminds us of the CHC's ill-defined primary health need assessment criteria and the huge inequities in the current system, particularly relating to the funding or not funding of care costs for dementia, either in the home or in care homes. The Alzheimer's Society has pointed out that NHS England's stats don't record diagnostic details, so there's no way of knowing how many people with dementia receive CHC or have been turned down, or of making assessments or comparisons from which transparent criteria could be developed. Also, we have the huge geographical variations in the length of time taken to assess claims and handle appeals. Can the Minister update the House on what work is being undertaken to improve transparency of CHC processes, procedures and decision-making, and also to address the urgent problem with assessing the eligibility for CHC from people with dementia? Finally, Noble Lord's priorities for dementia today have been focused on urgent improvements to diagnostical rates, speeding up the introduction of vital modifying drugs to help slow down disease progression, investment in the dementia diagnostic infrastructure, and rebuilding the workforce and addressing the vacancies, the 152,000 vacancies in the adult social care workforce. This needs to be a fully comprehensive plan, one which is fully integrated with the NHS workforce plan if we are to avoid exacerbating the already chronic social care workforce crisis we have.
Can I add my thanks to Baroness Browning, not only for bringing this debate today, but her commitment generally in this area. And again, add my thanks to all the Noble Lords' contributions today. And as ever, it is always a pleasure in these sorts of debates. And one thing I've learned about the almost 18 months now I've been involved in Lords is actually, it doesn't matter what the subject is, the expertise that you're finding it just today, learning about colleagues and Baroness Greenfield's experience, and of course Baroness Murphy's as well. And so having the power of that knowledge around the table, I always find a real asset for the Lords, and a real contribution to these types of debates. And as Baroness Browning quite rightly said in her introduction, the statistics really are quite gobsmacking, if I can use that word. Not even sure it is a proper word. But the fact in terms of 1 in 11 of the over 65-year-olds, and the one that really had resonance with me, which again noble lords would have heard me say many times, the fact of 25% occupancy of our beds with people with dementia, and a real feeling that that's not only not the right place for them, but it's not a good use of money either. So I totally agree with the sentiment of that. I think we do see virtual wards as part of the answer to this, and hospices at home. And again, I've seen some quite good technology advantages as well, whereas if people are really at the light end of the scale, for want of a better word, then it can look at their electricity usage, for instance, and start to learn their patterns. So obviously they see a lot of people, there'll be a surge at 8 o'clock in the morning when they put on the kettle, and so suddenly if that surge isn't there, that's an early warning indicator that maybe they should give them a call. Maybe there's something wrong. And motion detectors around the house, so you can start to understand what their patterns are and come in. And so, to my mind, there's a whole spectrum of those sorts of virtual wards, from the kind of very heavy intervention ones to just trying to make sure that people are generally fine and going about their normal way of their life, or an early warning indicator if they're not. I think a key part of that in terms of the home, and I'll come on a bit more to staffing as well, but is the dom carers. And I think it's a point that the noble Lord Allen makes well, that I think in all of this, and I think we've done a lot of progress in terms of what we're trying to do in terms of career progression, but I think that's probably one area where I, for one, actually want to be assured that we've really got that bit right in it as well. I think the other thing that Baroness Browning mentioned as well is, of course, the fundamental need for the care plans in all of that. And it's funny, I was just in the preparation, Lord Evans was saying exactly that's what he's needed. He's had the situation with his mother recently in all of this. That is the role of what the ICSs should be starting to do now. I absolutely take Lord Allen's point that it is a key. There's probably no better example of trying to learn, how are they working by using that as a case study. And my experience generally on the ICSs, of course, it's early days. Even now, I think we're only 18 months in or so. But as ever with these things, there's some very good examples, and probably some who need a bit more work. But I'm quite happy to take that away to try and find out some of those test cases that we can really try to learn from. But what is clear in all of this is that the NHS has set out a best practice guidance that they now expect all ICSs to follow as part of that. And my understanding, and I will check up on this, but my understanding is part of that is having the dementia lead that Baroness Browning mentioned as well in all of this. But as Baroness Ritchie and Donaghy and others have mentioned, diagnosis, of course, is absolutely key to all of this. I think 2/3 is the target. We're getting quite close to that, but we have been behind, so there has been a 17 million investment to catch up. However, I do exactly accept the point made that actually, is 2/3 a high enough target? Would we accept that in other areas, saying that we'd let a third go diagnosed, go under-diagnosed? But step one is obviously making sure we hit that 2/3. Part of that, to the questions in terms of are we putting, as Baroness Ritchie was saying, what sort of resource are we putting behind this? Of course, the CDCs will have and have had already, the 140 or so, do have the equipment there in terms of the scanners and the ability to do that. However, I absolutely accept Baroness Murphy's point that actually it's probably more the people. And a lot of times it's a lot less the equipment, but it's making sure that the people are trained up to do that. Again, I'll come on to the staffing later on, but I take that basic point. But of course, what's the point of the diagnosis? Well, firstly, of course, it is to make sure that people get the right care. But secondly, it is that we can then start to deploy some of these new treatments. And again, it's great to have the expertise of Baroness Greenfield in that the drugs to slow it down. To answer Baroness Ritchie's question, we are expecting nice approval of those early summer, and we expect to then roll that out during the summer period. But we all know that those are just at the nursery slopes of it all, and that's why the commitment is there on the £160 million per year in terms of research. But I feel one of the parts that I've got really excited about, and it's in terms of fueling the moonshot, is the power of the data that we own. I was on a fact-finding mission to Boston recently, and they were talking about a major investment, a $250 million investment a private venture group had made into the 9 million hospital records in the Mayo Clinic. And they were saying, look, you don't realise what you have in the UK. You've got 50 million records, well, in England, and you've got primary care as well. And the whole problem around dementia is we don't know what we're trying to tackle. In terms of the early causes. The reason why we were so good at being able to tackle COVID is we knew exactly what we were going after. And right now, things such as dementia or Alzheimer's, it's still shots in the dark. However, if you think of those 50 million records you've got, and you look at people who've got dementia today, and you wind back 15 years and say, what were they visiting their GP about 15 years ago? And you throw that all at AI, and you can get some of those early warning indicators. I know some of the anecdotal ones, for instance, as mentioned, that urinary tract infections are often an earlier indicator as well of dementia because people don't understand that they're there. But throwing all of that at AI and making sure that data exists, I believe is a real way to fuel the moonshot, so we know where we should be putting our research efforts to really try to find the treatments behind it all. In terms of the funding of it all, as I've said, in terms of social care, the 8.1 billion investment over 2 years, I think it is a major investment. I learned a lot, though, actually, from Baroness Berridge in terms of understanding. I didn't realise that point before in terms of being committed under the Mental Health Act is actually a main way to get there. And I think to Baroness Wheeler's point about the CHC transparency, and understanding that that's something I don't know off the top of my head, but it's something I will come back on because I think it's a good point, understanding that, and as ever in this I will try and come back and cover that more fully in terms of writing. In terms of as I mentioned, making sure that we have the proper staffing to do this. This is what the plans, the reform plans that we've announced have been about. We are, as I mentioned in the earlier answer to the question today, starting to see, early days, but that's turning the corner. And what we were trying to do in terms of what we announced last week in terms of that career progression and the training, I really believe is a key part of making this a real profession that people will want to stay and progress in. And I agree with Lord Allen's point in that obviously with that has got to be paid progression that comes along with those qualifications, because otherwise you won't get people wanting to enter into in the same time. I do understand, and it's been mentioned by a few of the noble lords, including Baroness Wheeler particularly, is that actually the role of the carer is vital and often overlooked. I think as noble lords know, it's something I've had personal experience of as a carer, as well. And all I can say quite honestly is I think we are doing some early steps in terms of trying to get the breaks and some funding, but I freely accept from personal experience there's a lot more that can be done in that space as well. So before my throat totally gives way, I hope I've tried to give a flavour of what we're trying to do in this area. As ever, I will respond fully in writing. But I think I hope there's an understanding from the government side, as echoed by all the noble lords in the House, that this is something that we do take seriously. I apologise.
I'm sorry to test the vocal cords of the noble lord, the minister, but he mentioned along the way that there was good practice guidance issued to ICSs. My experience as a minister is that the department is extremely good at sending out guidance. It's extremely bad at checking up whether anyone's ever followed it. And what arrangements have they got in the department to actually see whether that good practice guidance is being put into operation?
Yeah, it's a very good point the noble lord makes, and one I have some personal experience of as well. I think the hope, part of the reason between setting up 42 ICSs is you've got a mixture about having the right size where they really can pool resources and take a holistic review, but secondly, that there is a manageable number that you can do. I mean, 42 is still a lot, but what we've tried to do between us as ministers is divide those up into 7 each that we particularly kind of live and breathe and get to know with on that, so that we can understand and we have dashboards and we can monitor progress in these sorts of areas. So that's the way we plan to do that. I freely admit, again, it's early days yet on it all, but I accept the point made by the noble lord that you can give guidance out until you're blue in the face, and they receive a lot of those. It's the follow-up that really matters in terms of doing it. So as I say, just to conclude on that, I hope I thank the noble lady again for the debate. I hope there is a feeling that we do understand and we are trying to give it the parity of esteem that it deserves, and I look forward to following up more thoroughly in writing.
Please, the business before the Grand Committee this afternoon. The committee is adjourned.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.